An 11-year-old blonde boy with spiky hair walked through the streets of southern Metropolis, known as Suicide Village due to the area's appalling conditions. The dilapidated buildings and shops, along with the high crime rate, gave the place a peculiar appearance. Everything illegal that happens in Metropolis originates here. The situation is so dire that many have lost hope and believe that not even Superman could save it. However, Naruto, the boy who lives in this neighborhood, wanted to do something about it. Naruto, an orphan from the slums, never allowed the cruel society to corrupt him. As the years passed, he grew into a sweet and lively boy, though, if you looked closely, you could see he often hid his pain behind a cheerful demeanor. Living as an orphan isn't easy, and in the slums, the conditions in orphanages are deplorable. Forced to take on various odd jobs to survive, Naruto became quite tough for his age. He was walking down the street when he saw a group of people standing in front of the new construction site in the area. Gang members. What are you doing here? He thought. Overcome by curiosity, he decided to investigate the area. Somehow he managed to get into the building and began searching for information. After a while, tired, he decided to leave when a chill ran down his spine. You see, ever since he was little, Naruto had discovered that this chill warned him that something bad was about to happen. Trusting his instincts, he started running when a bomb exploded, taking the building with it. Darkness was the last thing he saw before losing consciousness. Metropolis, June 2nd, 2010, 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. 5 years had passed since the day an explosion nearly cost Naruto his life. After leaving the hospital, Naruto discovered that he now healed much faster than before. His speed had increased, and his strength had grown to the point where he could easily pass through concrete walls. He also had very strange dreams about a guy with duck-bottom hair, a scarecrow, a pink banshee, a toadman, and a nine-tailed fox. Determined to become a superhero, he designs a costume, inspired by the outfit from the movie Naruto, The Last. He now wears a black, uniform-style jacket with an orange zipper and several buttons at the waist and sleeves, allowing him to roll up his left sleeve and add a tail. The most striking detail is the red bracelet with a swirl on his left hand. The same swirl appears on the back of the jacket. He used to patrol the slums where one day he met his childhood hero, Superman. The big blue Boy Scout learned of the fabulous work he had done in the slums and decided to thank him. After the meeting, it became quite clear that Superman was now Naruto's mentor, much to the chagrin of other superheroes. As you can see, Naruto's strength only surpasses Batman's by a very small margin, and unlike Batman, he wasn't as resourceful or intelligent. He made many mistakes in his short career and was ridiculed by many heroes and villains. Superman once asked him if that bothered him, but Naruto's answer was a resounding no, because he hadn't become a hero to show off his abilities or for any other reason. He became a hero because he wanted to transform the slums, and he had the power to do so. With great power comes great responsibility. At that time, Naruto was helping citizens evacuate the area while Superman fought Metallo. He was helping a little girl when he heard his mentor crying in pain. Metallo, in general, could never defeat Superman, but thanks to his kryptonite power, he was able to face him in a duel. Realizing that if he didn't do something quickly his mentor could die, he picked up a large rock and threw it at the Tin Head, who crashed into the neighboring building. Although Metallo was currently out of commission, he rushed to Superman's side and helped him to his feet. "Are you okay?" he asked. Superman nodded in confirmation and prepared to fight Metallo. Metallo, now recovered, left the building. "See who's here?" he said mockingly. "Kid, this is where the grown-ups play. You should go back right now because, frankly, you're not even worthy to play with me." "Listen, you blockhead, you talk about games. Well, I recommend you start over from scratch because your game is utter garbage," he shouted. "The only game you're good at is getting your ass kicked. So tell me, who comes first, me or Superman?" Metallo, enraged with Naruto, fired 2 kryptonite laser beams at the heroes. Naruto managed to dodge them, but Superman, due to a previous kryptonite poisoning, was unable to avoid them and was thrown against a wall. Meanwhile, Naruto pushed his way through Metallo and punched him in the face. The blow staggered the cyborg, but he quickly recovered and kicked the blonde in the stomach. Then he proceeded to deliver a brutal beating. Blows that could kill a normal man instantly rained down on Naruto. His skull fractured, his ribs broke, multiple bones shattered, and the result was that Naruto was a bleeding mess. Sighing, he threw the blonde boy against the nearby oil tank and attacked him with his lasers. The general consensus was that Naruto had died when a nearby building collapsed on him. Lois Lane, the Daily Planet star reporter, announced his death live on air, but she knew most people wouldn't care. To be honest, neither would she. Superman, who was already standing, saw what had happened and his eyes reddened. He went toward Metallo and began to punch him. His attack was brief, as the kryptonite in the cyborg's heart weakened him, giving Metallo the advantage. Naruto, who had miraculously survived, was on the verge of unconsciousness. He closed his eyes, but when he opened them, he found himself on a battlefield. Suddenly, he saw wooden spears raining down on him. A girl with lavender hair and light eyes stepped between him and the danger. Naruto didn't know who she was, but he did know her name. Hinata. When the attack was over, he saw that a very effeminate-looking boy with pale eyes had sacrificed himself to save them both. Niji. Yes, that was his name. Why? Naruto asked in a hoarse, tense, and pained voice. Because you called me a genius, he replied. Hinata-sama was willing to die for you, Naruto, so remember that your life no longer belongs to you. Now it includes mine as well. Suddenly, the landscape changed, and Naruto found himself under a pile of rubble. Let's get out of here, okay? He thought, and lifted the debris. Metallo was busy fighting the Man of Steel. Hearing the sound of a rock crunching, he turned around along with Superman. Impossible, he exclaimed as, along with a stunned Superman, he watched the rubble where Naruto was buried begin to slowly rise. Metallo could only watch as the boy he had so easily defeated unearthed himself from his grave, or rather, lifted his own grave. That's crazy, Jimmy Olsen muttered as he filmed the fight with Lois. Everyone stared in amazement at the boy, considered a joke, doing something typical of Superman and other superpowered beings. What you did wasn't right, you idiot, he said while glaring at Metallo. Metallo, hiding his surprise, spat at him. This time you're really going to die, brat, and lunged at him at even greater speed. To his and everyone else's surprise, Naruto easily matched Metallo's strongest blows. Naruto himself was quite surprised by his superior speed and strength. He toyed with Metallo for a few minutes to test his limits. Satisfied, he decided to end it. He caught one of Metallo's punches and began applying pressure, causing Metallo's arm to snap from the force of the impact. In an instant, he grabbed him by the neck and tore him to pieces. Then, he quickly searched for the kryptonite. Finding it, he threw it into the sky, who knows where. He turned and saw a cheering crowd and a smiling Superman. Nodding, he leaped onto the building and propelled himself onto the roof of the Daily Planet to meet his mentor. What happened out there? Clark asked. I don't know. At one point I was on the verge of death, and then I got a boost. And well, the rest is history, Naruto replied. Maybe my powers are evolving. You yourself said you didn't know my limit. Yeah, kid, but people are shocked. 1 minute you're stronger and faster than a human at their peak, and the next you're strong enough to lift buildings and faster than bullets. Are you sure you didn't hold back? Clark asked. I can't hold back, Soups. Naruto defended himself. You're the only person who knows everything about me. Yes, and that's why your promotion surprises me, Clark said. Well, anyway, your work today impressed a lot of kids. Many heroes and villains will now be interested in you. Okay, Naruto said, slurring his words. Listen, Soups, get to the point. What are you going to do on Independence Day? Metropolis, Naruto's apartment, June 2nd, 2010, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. After finishing his patrol, Naruto returned home. During his trip, he discovered that the petty villains he had encountered were now somewhat afraid of him, and that those who had previously considered him a nuisance were beginning to accept him. Naruto, quite surprised by the previous events, decided to meditate. Go in and out. Go in and out. Naruto soon found his rhythm. Opening his eyes, he found himself facing a door. With no other option, he opened it, triggering a flood of memories. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Nara Shikamaru, Chuji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Niji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, Rock Lee, Kakashi Hitaki, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Tsunade Senju. Existing. And many more people came into his field of vision. He discovered he was a shinobi. I'm skipping the manga part. After the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Naruto became the leader of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. He married Hinata and Sakura, with whom he had 4 children: Boruto, Himawari, Kushina, and Minato. He lived a full life, becoming the 7th Hokage and establishing peace among the elemental nations. Upon his death, he discovered he was the son of the Creator, who met with him and spoke at length about his birth in the elemental nations. There, Naruto discovered that his family was happy and decided to move to this new universe, as his work in the elemental nations had ended. He retained his old powers, though he no longer possessed those of the tailed beasts. Naruto felt so tired from the sudden flood of information that he didn't even realize when he fell asleep. Metropolis, Naruto's apartment, June 3, 2010, 6 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Upon waking, Naruto noticed that something had changed. He was now 1.83 meters tall and more muscular. He clearly remembered his previous life, but his old personality had merged with the new one, making him a completely different person. Furthermore, he discovered that someone had entered his apartment and left him gifts. On his table were his mother's sword, some of his new and improved Hiraishin Kunai, and Madara's Gunabai. They also left her a letter. Sighing, she sat up in bed and began to read it. Dear son, it's been a long time since I last spoke with you. Along with your brothers, I've been watching you. Yesterday you regained your memory, and in addition to your original gifts, you also received other enhancements. Immortality. You will not age or die due to your high regenerative ability, but if your body is destroyed, you will not regenerate. Wood release. Now you can use the full power of Hashirama's wood release. Full utilization of yin and yang. All elements. You will be able to manipulate all elements. Energy manipulation, light, natural, dark, etc. You will be able to manipulate different forms of energy and use it to attack and defend yourself, but the limit depends only on you. Time control. You have some control over time. How much? You'll have to find that out. 6 paths mode. Your most powerful mode. The power that grants you equality with the gods has been restored and enhanced. Telepathy and telekinesis. You possess an incredibly powerful mind. If you were to use it to its full potential, you could almost destroy the planet. Telepathy is a skill you frequently master, manifested in the Yamanaka mental techniques. In short, you can project your thoughts, converse with someone mentally, even control their mind, among other things. You can also create large-scale psychic attacks. Ability to read body language allows you to know if the person is an enemy or an ally, or to know their movements in a fight. Multilingual. You will be able to understand any language, whether dead, living, or alien. Manipulation of reality. As the name suggests, you will be able to manipulate reality to a great extent, but be careful because your actions will have serious consequences. For example, eliminating hunger in one place may cause drought in another. In addition, it will consume a large part of your power. You also have something known as grace. You will soon discover what it means. Absolute control of the chakras. Kyuubi mode. Even without Kurama, you can still use all of his abilities. I know things have been tough lately, but please stay calm. A storm is coming, son, one that will last a long time. I hope you're ready. Amar. Father. By the time Naruto finished the letter, he was trembling with excitement. Unable to contain himself, he ran to the roof and shouted. Uzumaki Naruto is back Dedabayo. Metropolis, Washington, D.C., Courthouse, July 4th, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A crowd gathered in front of the famous courthouse as 8 heroes made their way to the main entrance. They took pictures and murmured among themselves. Is that Batman? Look, it's Flash and Flash Jr. His name is Speedy, duh. No, Speedster is a Green Arrow's partner. Well, that doesn't make sense. Son, Aquaman, why Aquaboy? It's Aqualad nonsense. Ready to see the inner sanctuary? Green Arrow asked an eager Speedy. I was born this way, he replied, smiling as he thought his dream of joining the Justice League was about to come true. I'm glad we're all here, Aqualad said, having all 4 of us in the same place at the same time. Don't call us henchmen, not after today, Speedy interrupted, uttering the word he hated with all his soul. Excuse me, it's my first time in the hall. I'm a little overwhelmed. You're overwhelmed, Freeze said, indifferent. Why can't anyone just feel overwhelmed? Robin wondered as they approached the entrance. Look, it's Superman and his partner Sage, shouted the crowd, catching their attention as they saw Superman and Naruto approaching. After gaining his powers, Naruto trained relentlessly, and the results were evident. He could use almost all of his old techniques, but his chakra was still not at its peak. Furthermore, he began to attract increasing attention by defeating several of Superman's villains, such as Livewire and Parasite. He even teamed up with Robin when Scarecrow attacked Metropolis. Needless to say, he impressed the dynamic duo by withstanding Scarecrow's fear toxin with ease. Superman. Aquaman greeted, and Superman returned the greeting. He looked intently at Naruto, who was absorbed in studying his surroundings. The boy has changed a lot in the last few months. His powers continue to manifest at an alarming rate, and he's also becoming very intelligent. In his latest exploits, he hasn't made a single mistake. At first, I was a little worried about him coming, but perhaps it's for the best, Orin thought as the heroes headed towards the Metro Tower. Upon entering the tower, the teammates encountered technology far more advanced than anything they had ever seen. More than a dozen heroes were present. Some were conversing amongst themselves, while others worked on computers. 2 of the heroes separated from the rest to intercept them. Martian Manhunter, despite his intimidating alien appearance, smiled warmly, while Green Arrow waved amicably. Robin, Aqualad, Speedy, Kid Flash, and Sage, welcome, John said, gesturing to the enormous halls before leading them on a brief tour of the rest of the building. They saw the gigantic, 9-meter-tall statues of the 7 founding members. Wow, the statues are true works of art. Surprisingly, they also remind me of Hokage Mountain, Naruto thought as he smiled nostalgically. Now you have full access to the gym, the gallery with its extensive catalog, and, of course, the library, he said as they entered a large room filled with books and tables. To the right was a glass panel. On the other side, many people were taking pictures and peering inside, trying to catch a glimpse of their favorite hero. Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, and Spanner sat in those chairs as if they were the same ones used by the League members. Superman approached from behind and placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder, who looked at his mentor and smiled. A brief report on the coincidence of 4 different ice villains attacking in different cities at the same time and on the same day, Batman said as he looked at his charges. Speedy squinted and headed towards the heroes as the computer identified them. That's all. All the heroes turned to look at Speedy, who was busy glaring at his mentor. You promised to show us the reality, not a VIP pass behind the scenes, he growled as the heroes looked at each other and approached him. Aquaman raised his hands to debate. This is the first step, son. You have been granted access that only a few have. This led to a great debate between Speedy and other heroes about how unfair it was not to grant them full rights, and so on. Meanwhile, Naruto remained lost in thought, reflecting on everything that had happened in the last month. The first problem was telling Superman about his new powers. He only gave him vague details so that he would leave him alone. Secretly, he created several shadow clones to relearn elemental manipulation. He also regained control of his other powers, but had more trouble with those related to time. Furthermore, he relearned Fuinjutsu to ensure he had everything he needed in that area. His thoughts were interrupted by a video message on the main computer. "Power Girl to the hall," it said. A tall, voluptuous blonde appeared on the screen, leaving Naruto speechless. She was like a goddess. Besides, Naruto never imagined he'd ever meet someone with breasts as large as Tsunade's again. What she was about to say got stuck in her mouth when she saw Naruto. The heroes immediately noticed this small detail and decided to investigate it further, since Karen Starr, known as Power Girl, was looking at Naruto as if he were a ghost. Composing himself, he said, "There's been an explosion at Project Cadmus. The whole building is on fire." I've had my suspicions about Cadmus in the past. This could be an opportunity to... Batman was interrupted in his thoughts by the appearance on screen of a classic wizard with an impressive mustache who was speaking hurriedly. "Zatara to the Justice League. Votan is attempting to extinguish the sun with Otten's amulet. A response from the entire League is requested." Batman turned to Power Girl, who simply replied, "It's a small fire. All League members, assemble at Zatara's coordinates." Batman out. After spotting him, he turned to the teenagers, "Stay where you are." Robin threw his hands up in the air. "What? After all that?" "I meant that none of you are ready to work as a team," he said, pointing at himself and other heroes. "There will be other opportunities, but for now, stay where you are," Aquaman said. "Come on, Soups, you know I can help you. In the last few months, I've been able to defeat many of your henchmen by myself, and my powers will also be a great help. Please, let me help you," Naruto pleaded with his mentor. The assembled heroes felt somewhat uneasy. They knew his abilities had improved tremendously, and although they didn't want to admit it, they knew he was right. It was a recurring theme at the Watchtower that Superman's protege had managed to defeat many of his enemies single-handedly, giving him more time to work with the League. Supergirl, who also lived in Metropolis because she attended Metropolis University, had seen him fight and was especially surprised when Naruto created duplicates and controlled certain elements to defeat enemies without breaking a sweat. Batman, realizing it was the perfect moment to get information about the blonde, said, "Well, you can join us, Sage. Your power to control the elements will be useful in this battle," surprising the others. "However, the rest of you, stay here," he added, giving each young superhero his famous withering glare. Naruto, the last to arrive, noticed the others looking at him with envy. "You know, Rob, since we're out there, why don't you see what Cadmus is up to?" he said as he climbed into the beta tube. Location unknown, July 4th, 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. When Naruto teleported to the location, he found a gigantic figure fighting the heroes. His shinobi instincts kicked in when he noticed that simple attacks had no effect. He observed that magical items and elemental attacks did cause some damage. He also noticed that the giant was absorbing energy from its surroundings, primarily sunlight. The giant's attack was similar to a chakra attack, but it was practically impossible to use, since chakra didn't exist in that world. "Thank goodness you came. Things were getting ugly," Zatara said, noticing Naruto's presence. Thinking the heroes must have a very good reason for bringing a rookie along, he continued, "When Votan first activated the amulet, he gained an immense power boost, but as the battle progressed, his appearance began to change. He soon became a giant monster and was able to defeat many of us. Only Wonder Woman and your cousin Superman survived his increased power. The rest are unconscious." "So what's the plan, boss?" Green Arrow asked, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Can I?" Naruto asked Batman, who nodded. Superman and the others should gather the wounded while I deal with the monster, he said, drawing astonished looks from everyone. You see, I have the ability to heal people, as do my clones. They can heal the wounded until help arrives. Besides, elemental attacks do affect him. Believe me, I have the best chance against him, better than anyone. The heroes, upon seeing the truth, finally reached an agreement, while Naruto departed to fight his most important battle in this new universe. With Naruto hurled a large rock at the giant, staggering him. Finally, having captured his attention, he created several shadow clones that engaged the giant in hand-to-hand combat. Seeing he was in trouble, the giant created a wind barrier to destroy the clones. He generated fire with his right hand and lightning with his left, striking some of the clones and creating shockwaves. Okay, so far, so far. From what I understood of the battle, that ugly guy can manipulate the wind around him to create a protective barrier, like Gaara did with sand. His right hand generates fire to create fire-type attacks, like fireballs, while his left generates lightning that he uses to launch projectiles or stun people. If I remember correctly, Wotan is a very skilled sorcerer. The amulet, although it increased some of his powers, diminished his mental capacity. Now he's just brute force with fairly high regeneration thanks to the amulet's ability to draw energy from the environment and sunlight. Wotan must have thought that, with the amulet's increased power, he could block the sun, but he didn't consider the consequences. Naruto dodged several of his attacks, and, with a speed only visible to Superman or Flash, headed towards Wotan in the blink of an eye. Failing his defenses, he punched him so hard in the stomach that it made the giant scream in pain. Without losing a second, he performed the necessary hand seals, took a deep breath, and exhaled. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The attack hit the giant squarely, throwing him a great distance. Naruto, now that he knew the abilities of his opponents, quickly formulated a plan in his mind. First, I'll use Lightning Fist to break through his barrier. Underground clones will emerge and grab his hands. Since my Senjutsu knowledge in this world is limited, and my wood and earth release techniques aren't very complete, I only have one chance. I mustn't fail. This basic Senjutsu knowledge will allow my clones to absorb his attack for a few seconds, giving me the opportunity to strike the amulet with Rasengan, which will momentarily deactivate it and allow me to extract it from his chest, he thought as he watched his opponent get up and his wounds heal. With others, Naruto's clone has healed all the remaining members of the Corps just in time to see Naruto attack the giant. How did he do it? Batman thought as he witnessed Naruto's elemental abilities firsthand. Not only does he possess great flexibility, super strength, and speed, but his elemental abilities are also extraordinary. Hey, Superman, did you know he could do that? Flash asked, clearly seeing what Naruto had done. Well, I know something, but this is pretty shocking, he said as he stood next to Wonder Woman, who was watching the fight with great interest. Well, let's help him, said Zatara, trying to hide his surprise after seeing what Naruto had done. No, said Power Girl, leaving everyone stunned. What do you mean by that? Batman asked. No, wait, don't answer that. Answer this. You know him, right? You were surprised to see him in the lobby. What's your relationship with him? The Corps members looked at Karen, who sighed and replied. In my dimension, Sage, or Naruto Uzumaki, as Clark calls him, was the greatest hero who ever lived. In terms of power, he was able to take on incredibly powerful enemies from our world, like Darkseid, and so on. He was also the purest person I've ever known. His story is for him to tell, but I'm pretty sure he knows everything about us, even about you, Batman. My Naruto died in my world. I can't express the joy I feel seeing him, even though he's not the same person anymore. This surprised everyone, as no one believed that Naruto, given his former reputation, could be so powerful. Diana, determined to see if Naruto was as pure as Karen claimed, closed her eyes and focused on him. Soon, she was enveloped by the purest vibrations she had ever felt, she discovered that Naruto had no darkness within him, which surprised her, since everyone has it, even Superman. She opened her eyes and said, "Power Girl is right. Sage doesn't have a single trace of darkness in him," causing surprised looks from everyone. Well, Chief will tell you his story after defeating Theo. "Hey, Superman, come back. Things are about to get explosive," said the clone before disappearing. Shaking their heads, Superman and the others moved away to a safe distance while Batman called for reinforcements to be on alert. With Naruto, seeing Votan standing there, Naruto channeled lightning chakra into his fists and clenched them. The power flowing toward him was enough to draw the giant's attention. Without wasting a moment, he lunged at him, who this time had the sense to keep his barrier active. Seeing the barrier, Naruto withdrew his hand and, using the momentum, struck the wind barrier with his lightning-infused fists. Wind is usually stronger than lightning, but considering the high speed at which it was launched and the large amount of chakra concentrated in the attack, there is only one possibility. Seeing Naruto easily pass through his barrier, the giant decided to beat him up, but two clones emerged from the ground and grabbed his fist. The giant channeled fire and lightning into his fists, but the clones absorbed the energy, electrocuting him. Naruto, knowing this was his chance, created a large blue ball resembling a miniature Earth and smashed it against his chest, where the amulet was located, shouting, "Rasengan." The amulet deactivated for a moment. Naruto, with his quick reflexes, grabbed it and pulled it out. As soon as the amulet recharged, a massive dome of energy surrounded Naruto, blinding everyone. Naruto soon found himself in another dimension, standing in front of a person he deeply detested. "Kaguya," he said in a cold voice. The rabbit goddess gave him a mocking smile and unleashed a wave of her chakra that connected with his, initiating a chakra battle. At first, she thought she would win, but Naruto, a veteran of this martial art, easily defeated her. As Kaguya's image faded, she said, "You won last time, but I will return, and I will have the whole world at my feet." The energy dome surrounding Naruto dissipated, and he found himself surrounded by the League. He realized he had aged somewhat and appeared to be 24 years old. His shirt and pants were ripped, revealing his impressive chest and legs, which caused both Wonder Woman and Power Girl to blush. Holding the amulet in his hands, Naruto looked at Superman and said in a very serious voice, "We need to talk." The Watchtower, July 5th, 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Naruto's fight with Votan quickly spread, and the entire hero community found out. Votan now resided comfortably in Blackgate Prison, and the villains who learned of Naruto's actions were already plotting how to defeat him should they ever face him. The League was curious about Naruto and wanted to question him. Superman offered to take him to the Hall of Justice so he could rest. Naruto requested the presence of the L family and his companions, along with the main members, so he could tell his story. Superman later told them that the young heroes had gone to investigate Cadmus and had found his clone there. He explained everything that had happened. Needless to say, the heroes were quite angry, though also impressed by their protégés. The next day, Naruto stood before the core members alongside Supergirl, Power Girl, Robin, Kid Flash, and Aqualad. He cleared his throat to get their attention. "Well, most of you want to know how I got my powers, whether I'm an alien or not, and so on. Diana, please tie me up with your lasso so there's no doubt about what I'm about to tell you," he said as Diana tied him up with her lasso. "Just so you know, I come from another world. And by world, I mean the universe," he said as the parchment he had opened earlier began to reveal his story. The heroes witnessed a world ravaged by war and bloodshed. Everything changed with Kaguya's arrival. Many in the room were surprised to see her, but the power emanating from her quickly made them realize that she was as powerful as a god, much like Darkseid. "Who is she?" Batman asked, regaining his senses. "That bat is Kaguya Otsutsuki. She was the mother of all chakra. Chakra, as some of you may know, is the primary source of power for the people of my world. She obtained her powers through the primordial divine tree, Shinju. At first, she used her powers to help people, but she soon began to see herself as a goddess and decided that humans were unworthy of chakra. The birth of her two sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, marked the beginning of her descent into madness, Naruto said grimly, as the heroes stared in stunned disbelief at what had truly happened to her. They saw her lose her mind a few years after the birth of her children. Her children began teaching chakra to others, which led to her joining Shinju and becoming the Ten Tails. They witnessed the devastating battle between the siblings and the Ten Tails, which culminated in the elder Hagoromo sealing the Ten Tails within himself, as well as sealing Kagaya and creating the moon, to everyone's shock. They saw how the eldest brother traveled the world spreading the knowledge of chakra control. They saw him marry and have two sons, Azura and Indra. They saw him on his deathbed asking his children how they would achieve peace. Power, Indra said. Love, Azura said. Seeing the confused expression on everyone's face, Naruto replied. Indra wanted to rule over everything, creating a society based on a hierarchy of power to achieve peace, while Azura wanted to achieve peace through cooperation and love. He decided to let each one form their own perspective, and Naruto continued with his story. The people saw that Hagoromo had chosen Azura as his successor, which sparked a war between the two brothers. The war raged for generations and finally ended when the Senju clan, descendants of Azura, and the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, ceased fighting and founded the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto continued telling them his story, and before he knew it, night had fallen. When he finished his tale, from which he had omitted much, he looked at the League and said, "There are many things I haven't told you because I don't trust you to that extent, but now you know what kind of person I am. The question remains, what are you going to do now?" he said as he left the room. Well, he certainly meets the requirements to be in the League, Flash said, receiving approval from everyone except Batman, who sighed and said, "I don't deny that he's unprepared. Of all of us, he's suffered the most. The problem is, as he himself said, since his rebirth about a month ago, when he regained his memory, he only has 75% of his former abilities. Besides, he's hiding some things, like everyone else. I want to see how he fares in a new world where powers vary from person to person." "You're forming a team with us, Batman, so why don't you put him in charge?" Robin said, prompting surprised looks from the League members and nods of confirmation from his teammates. "Yes, he can certainly help us," Calder said as he considered learning some aquatic technique from him. "Then it's decided," said Superman as he called Naruto. "Well, son, we've decided you'll be a part-time player in the League and in charge of the new team Batman is putting together with his protégés. What do you say?" "It will be an honor," Naruto replied, receiving smiles from his companions. Later that day, as Naruto was leaving, a familiar voice stopped him. "Hey Sage, wait." Turning around, he saw Power Girl calling after him. "Hey, next time you're in New York, don't hesitate to call me," she said as he gave her his personal number. With a touch of boldness, she leaned in and kissed his cheek. "See you soon," she said, swaying her hips as she headed toward the beta tube. As expected, Naruto caused looks of surprise from many people, including Superman. Star Home, July 5th, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. After returning, Karen went to her studio and took a picture that was basically the one from her wedding with Naruto. 2 years and I've finally found you, my love," he thought as he fell asleep. "Maybe I won't have nightmares tonight." The unknown dimension. "Soon I will be free, and that damned Uzumaki will pay," a cold female voice said as she began to plot her resurrection. Without a doubt, the future will be exciting for Naruto and his friends. Okay, Chapter 2 is finished. Here's a sneak peek of the next chapter. "But I can't run away forever," Wally shouted as he desperately thought of a way to remove the bomb without stopping. "Wally, I want you to vibrate through a wall," Naruto said calmly, provoking incredulous looks from everyone, since they knew that he couldn't vibrate like his mentor. No, I can. Wally shouted. Listen, Wally, don't worry about what others say. I believe in you. I know you can do it. So run, Wally, run. A month has passed since Naruto revealed his story to the League. Since the League decided he would work part-time, Naruto usually accompanied them on minor cases, nothing important. He continued to make a name for himself through his work in Metropolis. Naruto experienced rapid growth during his fight against Votan, which also increased his powers. His base strength and speed increased enormously, and if he boosted himself with chakra, he could overpower almost everyone in his discipline, except for Flash and Superman. He also discovered that he could fly without using six-path Sage mode, albeit at a very slow speed. However, it was a rather useful ability in certain situations. For a month, Naruto thoroughly studied arts he had never practiced before, such as medical arts, and would release. He was quite confident he could defeat Captain Yamato in would release and heal most injuries that might occur in combat. It would take time to surpass Hashirama in both arts, but what had ever stopped Uzumaki from exceeding expectations? He also became a renowned writer after publishing his godfather Jiraiya's book under his own name. The books earned him enough money to make donations to various charities in the city in Jiraiya's name, who is yet to make a public appearance. He discovered that his father had altered reality in such a way that, if anyone were to investigate him, they would find that Naruto possessed several Oxford degrees in medicine, toxicology, and business administration, including a doctorate in those subjects. All they would discover about him was that he was a wealthy and intelligent young man, orphaned at a young age, who demonstrated exceptional intelligence from an early age, allowing him to enter the best schools in the country before obtaining his doctorate at 16, and that he had been traveling for the past 2 years. The required documents also appeared miraculously, along with another important letter informing him of the latest developments. The letter informed him about his bank accounts at various banks around the world, including the Swiss National Bank, the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, Wells Fargo, and the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, among many others. Each account held approximately £50 billion, making his net worth an immense sum. Furthermore, Naruto owned 25% of Wayne, Star, and Queen Industries. He was waiting for the moment they found out, as their reaction would be particularly hilarious. Upon discovering he had so much money, Naruto bought some of the city's largest hotels, including the Ritz and the Landmark, two of the most prestigious. The Daily Planet reported that someone else had bought the hotel for a very good price, but so far they hadn't been able to find out anything about the new owner, except that it wasn't Lex Luthor. Naruto suspected that Lex would be doing everything he could to find the guy who had managed to do something he hadn't. For the past month, Naruto had been planning to start a business in the future and had also begun talks to acquire the Daily Planet. Negotiations were in their final stages, and he expected to own the company before the end of the month. At that moment, Naruto was packing his backpack to go to Gotham City. Batman had asked Superman to take him to the Watchtower. Since Batman, along with several key members, was leaving on a mission into deep space, he wanted Naruto to stay in Gotham to look after his two charges. Robin, aka Dick Grayson, a member of the new team the League had assigned him to, and Batgirl, aka Barbara Gordon, daughter of Police Commissioner James Gordon. Batman and the rest of the League members were surprised to discover that Naruto knew their public identities, much to Karen's amusement. She apparently told them this little detail, but they dismissed it as nonsense. When asked how he knew, he replied, "I am a Dedabeo shinobi. My job is to uncover certain secrets." Speaking of Karen, last month she became one of Naruto's precious people, a term Haku had told her about during their mission in the Land of Waves. Flashback. Metropolis, July 7th, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 2 days have passed since Naruto recounted his past, which he largely omitted, to the League. Superman had to accompany Green Lantern Hal Jordan to OA for certain reasons. He was informed by the Watchtower that Power Girl would be temporarily replacing him. Naruto was interrogating a gang member who, along with some of his friends, decided to rob the bank. Fools. Naruto lived up to his nickname of Unpredictable Shinobi when he entered the bank disguised as an old woman and gave them a terrible beating. After breaking several bones and fracturing their skulls, he reverted to his original form, leaving everyone stunned. Grabbing a thug by the neck, he teleported out of the building to a rooftop using sunlight. "All right, behave yourself, little gang member, and tell me who your supplier is," he asked as he hung the thug from the ceiling. The thief glanced at him and, seeing the hard expression on his face, cried out in fear, "Black Mask, he's the one who gave us the weapons." Satisfied, Naruto tied him up on the roof and headed towards the police officers who, with Karen's help, were collecting evidence. Upon seeing Naruto, he smiled and said, "It seems you've taken care of everything and even left one of them in suspense." Naruto chuckled, rubbed his head, and shrugged. Turning his attention to the friendly officer Holmes, he said, "Black Mask was his supplier. Good job, Sage, for arresting them. It's a shame we can't go after Black Mask, since Gotham isn't under our jurisdiction," he said as he locked the criminals in the van. Seeing his work finished, Naruto teleported like a ray of sunshine to the nearby building where Karen was waiting for him. "Hey Karen, I wanted to thank you for the help you gave me," he said. "No, there's no problem, Naruto. It wasn't much work at all, since you took care of most of it," he said curtly, observing the city, which had changed so much since his arrival. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind, bringing a smile to his face. "Yes, you wanted to thank me, so why don't you invite me to dinner tonight?" he suggested. Naruto smiled momentarily in astonishment and said, "Okay, I'll be at Clark's house at 8 o'clock. Taking a step forward, he kissed her cheek, stunning her for an instant, and disappeared in a yellow flash, showing her that he had learned his father's technique. Shaking her head, Karen resumed her patrol as her thoughts lingered on a certain blonde superheroine. My car, Metropolis, July 7th, 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. After finishing his patrol, Naruto headed to his large house in the residential area of Metropolis and called Wally to greet him. The red-haired speedster, who had become like a brother to Naruto over the past month, immediately went to his room. Wally was the first to ask him about the changes he'd experienced. Since Naruto and Wally were almost like brothers, and Wally spent most of his time at Naruto's house, which, in his opinion, was great, it was very easy for Naruto to tell him about his father. As expected, Wally was stunned to discover that his older brother was the son of the god, though he didn't fully believe it until Naruto showed him the proof by creating a red hoodie out of thin air. Furthermore, the fact that Wally had a dream about Naruto, which he couldn't discuss with anyone except Naruto and those who knew the truth, reinforced his conviction. At that moment, Wally, who was dressed in casual clothes, was accompanying Naruto to the largest car workshop in the city, My Car. Today it was announced that the 5 most expensive cars in the world are going up for auction. All of them are exclusive models, and very few people can boast of owning one. "Mira, look at these girls, dude," Wally said while blatantly staring at the girls, prompting Naruto to reprimand him. "Gentlemen," a soft but firm voice interrupted Naruto mid-rant. He turned and saw the showroom manager. According to city rumors, he had a rather arrogant attitude. Judging by the clothes, you earn about $40,000 a year, which isn't nearly enough for a luxury auction these days. So I'm asking you to vacate the premises after your brother has finished his sandwich," he said, glancing at Wally, who was busy eating. "I'll teach him a lesson," Naruto said as he put a hand on Wally's shoulder to calm him down. My Car, Metropolis, July 7th, 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Naruto swept the auction, buying all 5 cars. The manager was trembling as Naruto completed the necessary paperwork, which was more than enough for Naruto and Wally. After asking the manager to deliver the 4 cars to the Ritz in his name, Naruto took Wally to drive a Lamborghini Veneno and buy a gift for his date at the city's 5-star shops. Clark's apartment, Metropolis, July 7th, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Naruto arrived at Clark's apartment and paced outside the door, afraid of seeing Supergirl. Kara might have forgiven him for his past pranks, like when he dyed her hair green or stole her underwear, but he was still terrified of seeing her, considering she'd almost killed him the last time. You see, while Clark was like a father to Naruto, Kara was more like an annoying little sister. She and Clark knew everything about him. Considering that not even Wally knew all his secrets, this shows the enormous trust Naruto had in both of them. Around 8 o'clock, Naruto, carrying Karen's favorite flowers and wearing an elegant tuxedo, headed to the apartment. His gait suggested he was nervous. Yes, he was definitely nervous, as it was his first official date in this universe and one in a very long time. He was afraid of making a mistake. Wow, who would have thought that someone capable of defeating the 6 paths of pain, of facing the legendary Uchiha Madara head-on, and of being one of the few who ever saw and defeated Kaguya would be so nervous, she thought. Just let go, Naruto, and everything will be all right. With trembling hands, she knocked on the door, which was opened by none other than Kara. Hello, Naruto, she greeted Naruto. Hello, Kara, Naruto replied, his voice trembling. They looked at each other for a few seconds, and then Kara gave him a smile that made him suspicious. So, when were you planning to say it? Look, Naruto, let me make this clear. If you hurt my sister, I'll hurt you. It's that simple, he threatened. Yeah, Kara, I understand perfectly, she replied obediently, which caused Kara to break into one of her genuine smiles. They were interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat. Kara, I hope you didn't scare Naruto. Just so you know, I'm old enough to take care of myself, Karen said as she came down the stairs. Seeing her, I felt like an angel had descended from heaven. Karen wore a black dress that reached her ankles. The dress revealed a fair amount of cleavage, but tastefully. She also wore black heels that perfectly complemented the dress. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Beautiful, he whispered. He was speechless. For the first time in his life, the king of hellish pranks was completely mute. He couldn't even form a complete sentence, but a single word was enough for Karen. She blushed at his compliment, and she really liked his reaction. Well, thanks, Naruto. You're not bad yourself, Karen said, winking at him. Naruto, seeing her wink, smiled and offered his hands. Shall we go, beautiful? He asked her. Karen, blushing at the compliment, took his hand, and they both headed for the exit. Watching them leave, Kara thought, maybe you're the right man for her, Naruto. Karen was quite surprised when Naruto showed her his new poison. This certainly added to the list of mysteries she wanted to uncover about Naruto. Crossroads, Metropolis, 7 de Julio, 2030 Eastern Daylight Time. Karen was particularly surprised when Naruto walked her across the street. It was one of the most expensive places in the world, and as far as she could remember, Naruto wasn't exactly rich. He was quite surprised by the warm welcome the staff gave Naruto. The manager escorted them to a private area to avoid any inconvenience. After placing their order with the waiter, they both sat down in comfortable silence. Karen, unable to contain her curiosity, said, You're quite an enigma, aren't you, Naruto? Tell me, when did you get your doctorate in medicine and toxicology along with business studies? Well, a man has to keep certain secrets. You can't say I don't know about them because the world I come from made me far more advanced than anyone else in these specific areas. Well, how did you suddenly become so rich? She asked, and from that moment on, both blondes talked about their past. Karen decided to tell Naruto everything about herself to gain his trust, something he greatly appreciated. Frankly, he was quite surprised to learn of their relationship, among many others, but he accepted it naturally, feeling a little jealous of his other self. The date went quite well. In fact, it gave him the opportunity to go out with her several times while she was in Metropolis. Naruto went on several more dates with Karen during his time in Metropolis. She became one of his closest friends during that time. When Karen asked him about his earnings, Naruto replied that they were the rewards from his previous life. Naruto finished packing and, glancing at his watch, knew he'd be late if he didn't hurry. He got dressed and headed to the Daily Planet's rooftop to meet Superman, who was waiting for him. Upon seeing Naruto, he asked John to teleport them both away. The Watchtower, July 15th, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Naruto has teleported throughout his life in various ways, but undoubtedly teleporting through the teleportation tube to the Watchtower takes the cake. Upon entering the main hall, he saw that everyone was there, except for Flash. He sighed and, thanks to his ability to sense emotions, began to feel what the others were feeling. He discovered that everyone was upset, except for Batman, but many were curious about him. Knowing that he should tell them about his new situation, he opened his eyes and found them staring at him. Sighing, she said, "Well, I know what you all want to ask. I won't give you the exact details since I have some secrets, just like all of you. I'll just say that my monetary gain is a reward from my past life." "So, how much do you have?" Hal asked, receiving glares from everyone present. "Well, I have many accounts all over the world, each with around 25 billion pounds sterling, plus hundreds of tons of gold," he said, enjoying the comical looks on the faces of many of those present. He was about to ask Batman about Barry, but was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Flash on the computer screen. "Batman, I need you to stop me. The ambusher ambushed Kid and me on our way back from patrol. He's got a kinetic bomb on his wrist. Help him while I deal with the bad guys." Without wasting any time, Naruto contacted the communication channel and got in touch with Wally. "Hey bro, sorry, I'm busy right now," Wally tried to say, but Naruto interrupted him. "Listen, Wally, I want you to go through a nearby wall," he said, receiving incredulous looks from the rest of the boys. Ignoring him, he continued, "Yeah, I know you usually get a good whack on the nose when you try that, but I believe in you. I believe you can become the greatest speedster in the multiverse. Now try vibrating through the damn wall." Wally tried, but as soon as he touched the wall, he began to feel intense pain. Pulling his hand away, he said, "I can't." "Wally, breathe, breathe. Feel the air, feel the wind on your face. Feel how the ground and your feet lift you, propelling you forward at lightning speed. Wally, feel the lightning, feel its power, its electricity throbbing in your veins, crackling through you, traveling to every nerve in your body like a shock. You are no longer you. You are part of something bigger, part of the speed force to which the other speedsters belong. It's yours," Naruto said with such emotion that it caused several people to stare at him in awe. Wally closed his eyes for a moment and began to vibrate. Unconsciously, he reached speeds greater than Flash's in his trance. "Do it now? Run, Wally, run," Naruto urged as Wally opened his eyes, determination shining in them, and vibrated as he hit a nearby wall. "Well, it looks like he can outrun Flash," said Superman as he looked at Wally's speed chart, which was very high compared to Barry's. Gotham City, July 15th, 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. When Naruto teleported to the top of Wayne Tower in Gotham, he was attacked by a very dark and depressing aura from the city, causing him to fall. As he stood up, he found Robin shaking his head next to Batgirl. "Well, Sage, welcome to Gotham," Robin said as he pressed a button on his belt, causing the three of them to teleport to the Batcave. Wayne Manor, Gotham, July 16th, 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There weren't many things that surprised Barbara Gordon. After 2 years as Batgirl, she had seen many things that would make any normal person vomit. But seeing the new sensation of the hero world, that is, Sage, aka Naruto Uzumaki, drinking 2 large cups of Alfred's special coffee and showing no side effects such as jumping around like crazy or having wide-open eyes, really shocked her. Barbara knew there were many reasons why Batman had asked Naruto to be in Gotham during his absence, but one she deduced was that he wanted them both to spy on him. She was quite surprised when Bruce told her about Naruto's origins. It wasn't hard to understand why Bruce distrusted him so much. If Naruto could still do what he did in his previous life, then he was an Omega-level threat, or even higher if he had received additional enhancements, something Bruce suspected he had. Yes, it's quite shocking to see that the same blonde kid who was the laughingstock among the villains is now strong enough to defeat the strongest heroes in the world, or maybe even strong enough to take on the entire league. He thought as he watched the blonde man laugh at a joke he had played on Dick. Well, Master Uzumaki, it seems you're feeling better now, Alfred said, chuckling at the prank that had turned Dick's hair pink. He'd actually been worried when Naruto arrived at the mansion last night. The boy was pale and vomiting nonstop. He was glad to see him as usual. Yes, Alfred, everything is fine, said Naruto as he began to eat his breakfast, looking at Dick, who was busy glaring at him. Alfred, do you know how to contact Commissioner Gordon? He asked, noticing everyone getting nervous. Yes, Alfred said in a slurred voice. Well, tell me so I can look into some things while these two brats are busy at school, he said, receiving glares from his two protégés. What investigations? Alfred asked curiously, because as far as he knew, nothing important had happened in Gotham in the last few weeks. Well, I want to know more about Harleen Quinzel and Pamela Isley. Also, I'll try to find out something about Black Mask, since he was the supplier in the recent Metropolis robbery, Naruto replied. I understand about Black Mask, but why those two? Alfred asked curtly as he cleared the plates. Curiosity, said Naruto. Well, I suggest you get ready while I assemble your device, Alfred said as he disappeared down the mansion's hallways with Dick and Barbara. For the past month, Naruto had been reading dossiers on various supervillains. As a child, he used to think Superman had the worst villains after him, but after reading the biographies of other villains, he wasn't so sure anymore. Batman's villains were considered the worst possible scenarios. There were several criminals Naruto believed would be better off dead, like the Joker or Killer Croc, but there were also others who could be redeemed, like Catwoman, who was still in the process of redemption. While reading the file, Naruto came across some names that made him stop, such as Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn. Dr. Pamela Isley, also known as Poison Ivy, was one of the world's greatest botanists, with a deep desire to help nature. Naruto was unaware of what had happened, but one day she suffered an accident that altered her genetics, giving her her current appearance and the ability to control plants. Her protective instincts soon turned into obsessions, but after analyzing the situation, Naruto concluded that she wasn't evil. While she had killed people, his intuition told him there was more to it. Well, as Jiraiya used to say, the case of Harleen Quinzel, aka Harley Quinn, was the most shocking. How on earth did a renowned psychiatrist suddenly become the Joker's lapdog? The more I read, the more convinced I became that something must have happened during Harleen's session with the Joker, something that led her not only to free him, but also to join him. Wayne Enterprises Rooftop, Gotham, July 16th, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. After preparing and taking Alfred's communication device, Naruto teleported to the top of Wayne Enterprises using his flying thunder god Kunai. He removed the mask from his suit because, according to Karen, it didn't fit him well. Naruto knew that being new in the city would bring him several problems, so he decided to explore it using Sage Mode. Thanks to this mode, which had somehow become more powerful, he discovered that he could easily differentiate between metahumans and ordinary humans, as they appeared in red and blue on his radar. Distinguishing between humans was quite difficult, but upon closer inspection, he realized that those with more physical training shone brighter on his radar than anyone else. It's strange, he thought. Batman said there were no powerful metahumans in the city, but from what I can sense in the Far East, there's a very strong, high-class S-class metahuman. Furthermore, I can sense Ivy in the sewers. Somehow, her connection to them grants her a certain resistance to my perception, which is why I can't locate her. What confuses me is my inability to find her. I should go after Ivy first, since she can give me information about Harley Quinn and Black Mask. I can investigate the metahuman later. Sewers, Gotham, July 16th, 8:40 Eastern Daylight Time. Naruto leaped across the deserted alley and headed for the manhole cover. Gotham's sewers were extensive, stretching throughout the city. It was said that if you got lost in there, your body was likely to be found. Due to their strange structure and somewhat eerie atmosphere, neither ordinary people nor GCPD officers dared venture into them, making them the perfect hideout for certain villains. Naruto followed the energy trail Ivy had left. He soon found several people lying on the ground. Checking their pulses, he confirmed they were dead. He also discovered that some had purple skin, indicating they had died from poisoning. Naruto closed his eyes as he continued deeper into the sewers. Soon he reached the other side of a room filled with a wide variety of plants. He was overjoyed to see this place, as it reminded him of Konoha in the Elemental Nation's kingdom. His thoughts were interrupted when he was suspended upside down in the air by vines. I thought it would be Batman and his junior brigade who would come to see me, but it seems the gods must be pleased, because this new sensation is right in front of me, Ivy said as she entered the room. Naruto had only seen her in photos, but seeing her face to face made him realize two things. A. He'd be in serious trouble if his plan failed. B. The photos didn't do her beauty justice. Ivy, in his opinion, was extremely sensual, with crimson hair that reached her waist, blue eyes, and light greenish skin. She had long legs with vines that wrapped around her thighs. She wore a black tracksuit that accentuated her generous figure. Damn, what a nice ass, Naruto thought as he concentrated on the air in the room, making it move at great speed and cutting through the vines, allowing him to land on the ground only to be subdued again by the plants. It won't be that easy, hero. Tell me, why are you here? Ivy demanded, scrutinizing the blonde man. Like other villains in the community, she'd been watching him. He was a complete mystery, as no other metahuman had ever demonstrated such power. She knew the blonde man could control the elements and possessed superhuman strength and speed, but being so close to him, she could sense his connection to nature, far more powerful than her own. It was like being in the presence of God. His energy was so pure it sent a shiver down her spine. Naruto, noticing that her body was reacting to his energy, sighed and said, "You're not the only one who can control nature, Ivy." To prove it, he released some of his chakra. The result was instantaneous. The air grew thick, the ground began to crack beneath his feet, and the plants swayed violently, as if dancing. The plants that had been holding him released him, to Ivy's astonishment and admiration. "See, Ivy, I protect both humans and nature," he said as he stopped the flow of chakra. Ivy paused for a moment to reflect on the situation. This new hero claimed to care about nature, like so many others before him, and like all of them, he could also be lying, but the display of power, along with his control over plants, lent a certain credibility to his claim. It filled her heart with a small glimmer of hope to think that someone else in this world shared that same connection with nature. "Yes, I see your little show. If you're like me, you can easily hear nature crying out for help, screaming against the senseless destruction caused by humans. Tell me, Sage, how do you plan to stop this senseless destruction?" she asked as she seductively approached Naruto, releasing some of her pheromones. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered seductively in his ear, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Naruto felt the pheromones attacking his brain, but his mental barriers easily neutralized them. He gave Ivy a mocking smile, who was surprised to see that even her pheromones were useless against the blonde boy. He held her by the waist, preventing her from moving, and said, "You know, Ivy-chan, if you really wanted answers, you should have asked politely instead of using those pheromones." Ivy, meanwhile, was starting to feel quite scared. The blonde hero had demonstrated that he could easily control his plants, and that her pheromones had no effect on him whatsoever. Judging by the way he was still holding her by the waist, she was pretty sure that her kiss would also be useless against him. "Well, to answer your first question, I'll do whatever it takes to save nature, as long as I'm not breaking any rules or moral principles. The answer to your second question is very simple. I want you by my side, Pamela," he said as he released her and removed his mask. Whatever response Ivy expected, this was the least likely. While people often try to take advantage of her, when she looked into this man's eyes, she knew he wanted to help her. Seeing the surprise on her face, Naruto continued, I've read what happened to you. Believe me, I know how it feels when the person you trusted most betrays you. Your anger is justified, but the way you channel it isn't. I can clearly see that. Even though you try to act insensitive, deep down you're still the same girl you were when you entered Gotham University. Yes, there's evil in you, but deep down there's also goodness. Come with me, Pamela. You still have a chance to change. I promise I'll find a way to help you improve, but please stop being the bad guy. Ivy was confused. At first, she wanted nothing to do with the blonde man or his offer, but looking into his eyes, she could see he had lived a hard life. Moreover, as he spoke, she felt something strange in her chest. Determined to trust her instincts for the first time in many years, she looked at Naruto and said, You're right, Sage. When I discovered that my newfound powers had robbed me of the ability to have children, anger and grief were the only feelings I had left. I decided to unleash my anger on those who were destroying nature, oblivious to the harm I was causing the innocent. I will go with you, Sage, but I warn you that I will only kill in self-defense. And if you ever think of betraying my trust, I will kill you in ways you can't even imagine. Pamela, let me tell you something. I never break my word. It's just who I am. I won't betray you after having earned your trust with so much effort. Now, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, also known as Sage. Nice to meet you, he said. Well, Sage, my name is Pamela Isley, aka Poison Ivy. Nice to meet you too, Ivy said as they shook hands. In the future, Naruto and Pamela would often smile when they remembered their first meeting, as it was that meeting that set the course of the future in a different direction. East side of Gotham City, July 16th, 12 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. After convincing Pamela to join him, Naruto took her to one of his safe houses. There he discovered that Harley, who was on parole, was staying at the docks. He even went to talk to her, but the safe house was empty. At that moment, he was near the place where he had last perceived the intense energy. This is where I last sensed her. Whoever she is, she's blocking my mental probe with ease. Looks like I'll have to go into Sage mode again, Naruto thought as he sat on the roof railing, demonstrating his precise chakra control. Naruto soon realized that entering Sage mode was taking much longer than usual. Noticing the difference in his surroundings, he opened his eyes and found himself in the astral plane, with no trace of anyone around him. Well, it seems my mysterious friend has decided to talk to me, Naruto thought as he tried to sense the other person, but he got no results. Hello? Is anyone there? He shouted impatiently. It seems the stories about your behavior weren't so far-fetched after all, said a female voice full of amusement through the plane. Naruto sighed and mentally reviewed the list of possible candidates who could force him into the astral plane and then remain invisible to him. The answer was none. The most powerful telepath he had encountered since arriving in this universe was John, and even he wasn't that strong. What has happened, young hero? Are you surprised that someone could force the Creator's favorite son not to leave the astral plane? He asked the voice. Upon hearing the phrase, favorite son of the Creator, Naruto understood who was responsible. Few knew of his connection to the Creator, and among them, only one person or entity could confirm it, his best friend, aside from Sasuke, whom he considered a brother. You can come out, Fi, Naruto said with a smile. The plane lit up with the sudden appearance of the legendary Phoenix. This time, its appearance was different. It was in human form, with red hair and the rest of its body made of energy or fire, something difficult to define precisely, which made it look incredibly attractive. It was about time, he said curtly. Well, to be honest, I was a little stunned, Naruto said, looking at his old friend. What are you doing here, Fi? Well, to be precise, I wanted you to help my host, he said. Phoenix stared intently at Naruto. Naruto remained silent for a while. He knew all about the Phoenix hosts. They are chosen for the goodness within them, But soon the power becomes uncontrollable, driving them to madness, and then bad things happen. Okay, I'll do it, Naruto said as Phoenix smiled. But before you go, can you help me find Black Mask and Harleen Quinzel? He interrupted, Phoenix with a mysterious smile. What have you done, Fee? He asked with a smile that showed he was seriously scared. Well, I repaired the brain damage the Joker caused Haley, but the experiments he performed on her affected her body, making her more agile and stronger than ever. It took some time, but I finally managed to stabilize her. She's in the Watchtower's infirmary. I'd say it was quite fun introducing myself and then explaining the situation. The Great Bat is the most suspicious of the leaders and wants to speak with you. As for Black Mask, he's at the GSPD with all the evidence against him. He said that while creating a screen to show him what had happened. Naruto stared intently at Phoenix, which made her smile. Sighing, Naruto left the astral plane and saw a girl in her early 20s standing before him. She wore a green spandex suit that accentuated her curves. Hi, my name is Jean Grey, said the new girl. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Jean. The Watchtower, July 16th, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Naruto has just left his meeting with the core members. They were quite surprised to learn that Jean was the wielder of the Phoenix Force, one of the oldest known cosmic entities, representing unborn life. The Phoenix Force is an immortal, indestructible, and mutable manifestation of the primordial universal life force. Born from the void between states of being, the Phoenix Force is a child of the universe. It is the nexus of all psionic energy that exists, has existed, and will exist in all realities of the Omniverse, the guardian of creation, and the de facto guardian of the Mkron crystal. The Phoenix is among the most feared beings in the universe, possessing the power to sever and regenerate any part of the universe, as well as to destroy it entirely, which is part of its purpose, the judgment of the Phoenix, to incinerate what is no longer functional. Batman greatly feared Jean's power and asked Naruto to protect her. The team accepted him quite readily because he was the creator's son. It seemed Superman had managed to allay their fears, which pleased Naruto greatly. Currently, the team was taking him to see a person they found frozen in the Arctic for about 70 years. Oh my God, Naruto exclaimed upon seeing the person the League had been referring to. Sleeping right in front of him, connected to the life support system, was none other than the first Avenger. Captain America. Captain America, also known as Steve Rogers, was one of the most brilliant men I've ever known. Along with others, he was instrumental in shaping my friends' personalities and mine. Naruto told me that even though Steve was a man out of his time, he would do whatever it took to see justice done. With Jean and Captain America joining the team, new enemies emerged who tested our courage and valor. The future never quite turned out as many members of the League had imagined. From the personal memoirs of Wally West. Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, had seen many things in his life. Born in the 1920s on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, New York, to poor Irish immigrants Sarah and Joseph Rogers, Steve's life was not easy. Joseph died when Steve was a child, and Sarah died of pneumonia when he was a teenager. In the early 1940s, before the United States entered World War II, Rogers was a tall, skinny fine arts student majoring in illustration and a writer and comic book artist. He had nothing to do with the man he is now. The rise of the Third Reich profoundly affected his life. Steve was horrified by its atrocities and decided to enlist, but was rejected due to his fragile health. However, his determination attracted the attention of U.S. Army General Chester Phillips and Project Rebirth. Under the code name Project Rebirth, Steve became a test subject for the Super Soldier program. The experiment was a success, proving Dr. Erskine right to believe in him. The serum proved effective and transformed Steve Rogers into a near-perfect human being with exceptional strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence. The program's success led Erskine to consider replicating the experiment on other human beings. Erskine refused to document every crucial element of the treatment, leaving behind an incomplete and fragmented understanding of the steps. Thus, when the Nazi spy Heinz Kruger assassinated him, Erskine's method for creating new super soldiers became obsolete. Unable to create more super soldiers, the U.S. government made the most of him. They subjected him to rigorous training in various martial arts, military statistics, and many other areas. In less than a year, he was on the battlefield fighting the Hydra and his archenemy, Red Skull. His battle against Red Skull lasted for years, as he and his team destroyed his bases throughout the war. Bucky's death marked the beginning of the final phase of the war. During Armin Zola's interrogation, Steve discovered Red Skull's whereabouts. After the battle, Red Skull was presumed dead, and Steve had to crash a plane loaded with explosives in the Arctic to avert a catastrophe. Steve was sure he was going to die, so he was so surprised to wake up in a hospital room with a blonde boy smiling at him. At first, he thought he was in a Hydra base and decided to try to escape. The blonde boy, who seemed harmless, easily matched his attacks and subdued him, which surprised him, since many weren't capable of doing the same. Steve was about to use some of the tricks he had learned to escape, but the blonde boy stopped him by placing his hand on his head. Suddenly, Steve was flooded with memories. After reviewing them, he discovered that some 70 years had passed since he was presumed dead. They won the war, thank goodness. "Are you all right, Captain?" the blonde asked. "Yes, I am," said Steve as he looked suspiciously at the blonde. Seeing his suspicious look, Naruto knew he had to do something or the old captain might try to escape again. "Well, let's see if you can keep up the good work, Captain. The world needs heroes like you. It would be terrible if the great Captain America got boring in his sleep. Don't you think?" Naruto said in such a cheerful tone that Steve's eye twitched. Naruto decided to show Steve the watchtower. At first, Steve was quite skeptical of what the blonde boy was saying, but seeing so many individuals in spandex suits looking at him with admiration and whispering gave him some confidence. The final straw was when he met a green alien named John Johns, who apologized for all the trouble the blonde boy named Naruto had caused him. John was a good guy. He was peaceful and didn't stare in awe like many others at the watchtower. He was also amazed that the station was in space, which was quite surprising, since in his time Wayne Industries manufactured the most advanced weapons, but his technology wasn't at that level. Even Hydra's technology wasn't that advanced back then. Perhaps things have changed a lot since his time. After speaking with John and clearing up some doubts, he headed to the gym. John had told him that members of the League wanted to speak with him and would arrive in a few hours, and asked him to undergo some physical tests. So it seems all the rumors about him weren't exaggerated, Clark said as the rest of the main team watched the captain complete the training in record time. Clark was particularly surprised because the captain doesn't have superpowers. He's simply a human at the peak of his abilities. The rest of the main group was also shocked. They hadn't seen anyone without superpowers do anything like that, aside from Batman. Although much credit is given to the SSS formula, they couldn't help but be impressed by his abilities. "John, did you run the blood tests I asked you to do on Naruto?" Batman asked as he personally assessed the legend. The skill he demonstrated was identical to his own. It would be fun to train with him. Perhaps he could even learn more about his grandparents. "Yes, the tests are over. Naruto and I were able to evaluate all the team members. We found certain codes in Superboy's brain and managed to neutralize them. We also concluded that he will be able to unlock all his Kryptonian powers with intensive training and enough time," John said as Superman and the others frowned. Superman was initially quite hostile toward his clone, but Naruto and Kara, who were frequent visitors, convinced him to change. He began treating the clone like a brother and named him Con-L/Connor Kent, much to the relief and happiness of the L family. "Captain," Batman called when Steve turned to look at him. "We're going to run a few more tests to make sure you're okay. I hope you don't mind." "Come on, son," said Steve, and he set about solving some of the puzzles the machine had prepared for him. When the tests were over, Steve went to freshen up and put on the new suit that Flash had apparently commissioned his team to make. His armor was as tough as the most impenetrable metal and as light as a feather. It was a combination of a magical metal found on Wonder Woman's island and a highly advanced fabric being manufactured at Konoha Incorporated. It retained its original design, but now it could camouflage itself and had new technology incorporated into it. When Steve entered the main hall, he saw that everyone was arriving. He took a seat and began reading the file that was in front of each chair. Equipment. Members. A. Naruto Uzumaki, also known as Sage. Naruto is the son of the creator of the universe. He is believed to be his favorite son, and his powers seem to confirm this. Dr. Fate, Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, and many gods of the Greek pantheon have described him as someone not to be trifled with. His powers originate from a primordial universe where a giant fox beast with a tail was sealed inside him at birth. The story of that world is too long, so ask him to tell you the whole thing. But we know that he had all the skills of the ancient world and some new ones that allow him to do many different things. Initially, Naruto was the last of his generation, but later, thanks to his effort and success, he became the strongest. After being reborn in this dimension and under Superman's tutelage, Naruto has become a man of principle and integrity, and many believe that, if the situation demands it, he will not hesitate to take the lives of his enemies so that others may live. Naruto reached his full maturity at 16 and unlocked all the powers at his disposal, but it is observed that during missions he tends to use his ninja skills most of the time. He also tends to have some secrets, which is quite problematic, and if he ever goes rogue, he should be considered a high-priority Omega, 1-level threat. Powers. Empathy. Naruto possesses one of the highest levels of empathy on the planet. During battles, he has demonstrated his ability to manipulate his opponent's emotions to gain an advantage. The only person in the database who matches his level of empathy is Ms. Gray. Chakra manipulation. It's the energy produced by the body. In the dimension Naruto comes from, people could use this chakra to increase their strength, speed, and so on. Naruto showed us in his flashbacks that he possesses one of the largest chakra reserves in the world. In our world, it can be described as bioelectric energy. Superhuman strength. He can break rocks without chakra and, when using it, has been shown to easily match Superman. Improved speed. He can run up to 120 kilometers per hour without chakra and, when using it, can match Flash's cruising speeds. Greater durability. Its bones and muscles are denser and harder, and therefore develop to their maximum human potential, making it very resilient. Superior agility. He is one of the most agile people on the planet. As a ninja, he knows several gymnastic tricks and can perform them with ease. Improved reflexes. His reflexes are exceptional. He can easily dodge bullets fired by several people at point-blank range. Superhuman resistance. He's a marvel of endurance. Nothing more needs to be said. Healing factor. It has a very high healing factor. It can recover from serious, life-threatening injuries within an hour. Change of form. Using chakra, Naruto has the ability to transform into any hero he desires. Manipulation of nature. Through the use of chakra, Naruto is able to manipulate various elements both to attack and to defend himself. A. Release of fire. B. Water release. C. Liberation of the earth. D. Lightning release. E. Release of timber. Healing capabilities. He can heal any wound. Naruto has been shown to be able to regenerate his sensei's eye in his home world. Energy manipulation. It has the ability to manipulate any energy around it and use it according to its will. Chronokinesis. He has the ability to control time. He used it last time to track down a thief, but it usually has negative consequences for him. Gravitokinesis. He has demonstrated that he can manipulate gravity by pinning several thugs to the ground during a recent robbery. Telepathy. He has demonstrated that, in his own dimension, He was able to prevent people from entering his mind and communicate with multiple people in a wide area without showing any visible stress. As the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, he had the ability to enhance his normal attacks by using the demon's chakra. By synchronizing with it, his strength, speed, stamina, and other attributes increased exponentially. He could also use a tailed beast bomb, a devastating attack. In this dimension, although he is not the host, he seems to retain his past abilities. As a son of the Creator, one of his gifts, immortality, the gods of the pantheon consider him the Creator's favorite son. So if I had to guess, I'd say he can do almost anything imaginable. Naruto is very reserved and hasn't shown any more powers, but we believe he possesses the ability to perform interstellar travel, atmokinesis, dominion over existence, resurrection, control of life force, manipulation of reality, dimensional travel, teleportation of any kind, omnipotence, omnipresence, etc. Talent. Multilingual. It has the ability to speak several languages, including both human and alien ones. Team motivator. He has shown that when the need arises, he can motivate the team to give their best and even help them overcome depression. Sharp intellect. He possesses a very high intellect and can learn anything in just a couple of minutes. Unpredictable. He is the most unpredictable person you will ever meet. His unpredictability makes him extremely dangerous in combat. Sealing arts. Master of the sealing arts, capable of creating barriers and teleportation portals instantly. Master of tactics and politics. There's nothing more to say. Martial arts master. Extensive knowledge of the human body. As a practitioner of healing, Naruto possesses a deep knowledge of the human body. Illusionist. He can create illusions, but he generally prefers not to use them. Weakness. You may lose control of your emotions. Its resistance is good, but not enough. Powerful weapons and magic damage it. Oh. B. Jean Grey, alias Phoenix. According to Naruto, Jean is the wielder of the Phoenix Force, the conscious energy of all psychics in the multiverse. She is one of the most powerful metahumans in the world, alongside Naruto, and has the potential to become one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Even without the Phoenix Force, Jean is considered an Omega, 3-level metahuman, with a high degree of mastery of telepathy and telekinesis. Should she ever rebel, she is considered a high-priority Omega, 2-level threat. This file is based on what her friend Phoenix showed Naruto in her mind, and on the various tests conducted by the League to assess her abilities. It is recommended that she acquire hand-to-hand combat skills to aid her in the future. Initially, Jean's powers were limited to telekinesis, and even lifting her own weight quickly exhausted her. With training, her telekinesis improved, but it wasn't until the Phoenix Force freed her from the stasis chamber in which it had placed her that her telekinesis truly began to develop into a powerful force. Upon accessing the Phoenix Force, Jean's empathy, telepathy, and telekinesis are magnified and enhanced to an incredible degree. The Phoenix Force also allows her to travel unaided through the vacuum of space, traverse interstellar distances at faster-than-light speeds, and manifest flames when using her powers, often in the form of a fiery raptor. Powers. Empathy. On numerous occasions, Jean has demonstrated an incredible capacity for empathy, allowing her to control, manipulate, and alter the feelings, sensations, and emotions of others. Thanks to this empathy, the all-powerful Phoenix Force chose her as its rightful human host. Telepathy. Jean can read thoughts, project and transmit her own, as well as affect the minds of humans and animals with superior intelligence, such as dolphins, ravens, or dogs. The scope of these abilities increases considerably when she accesses the Phoenix Force. After absorbing Psylocke's specialized telepathy, her own telepathic ability and power increased to the point where she could create psionic firebirds capable of inflicting mental and physical damage. However, this enhanced telepathy resulted in the temporary loss of her telekinesis. She has demonstrated the following specialized uses. Telepathic defense. He can manifest his telepathy in various defensive ways. Telepathic cloak. She can conceal her presence and the use of her abilities to avoid detection by other psionics and psychic entities. She can also extend these defenses to those around her. Telepathic camouflage is not perfect, and powerful psionics can perceive and see through this ability. Masked mind. Ability to reorganize the mental engrams of metahumans so that their distinctive mutant thought patterns cannot be detected by certain devices or other telepaths. Psychic shield. Ability to erect a psychic shield to protect oneself and the minds of others. Telepathic illusions. It can create realistic telepathic illusions and make people experience events that are not actually happening. Telepathic camouflage. They can alter their physical appearance and that of others, modifying the perception of those around them. This can go so far as to make them believe that the disguised individuals are not present, they are invisible. The limit, if there is one, is determined solely by the number of people they attempt to deceive, not by the number of people they actually disguise. Telepathic manipulation. He can easily manipulate other people's minds, achieving a variety of effects. Memory impairment. You can erase, implant, restore, or alter the memory of others. Control mental. She can control the thoughts and actions of others. Mental possession. She can possess the mind of another and use that being's body as if it were her own. Personality disorder. He can alter the minds of others through the force of his will, thus changing their personality permanently, partially, or totally. Mental paralysis. It can induce temporary mental or physical paralysis. Amnesia mental. It can erase any memory of specific events or cause total amnesia. Mental transference. You can transfer both your mind and your powers to other host bodies if your own physical body dies in some way. Joint injuries. It has the ability to erase a person's memories and heal mental traumas through psychic surgery, as well as the power to stimulate or inhibit the pain and pleasure centers in a person's brain. Mental sedation. She can telepathically sedate her victims so that, if they are already unconscious, they will remain so as long as she continues to sedate them. Neural impulse. It can increase the speed of neural signals in the brain, which could boost another mutant's powers to incredible levels, but the effect was only temporary. Dilation power. Ability to place psychic inhibitors in the minds of mutant adversaries to prevent them from using their powers. Mental link. Ability to develop a mental link with any person that allows you to communicate with them. Psychic explosion. It can project beams of psychic force that have no physical effects but can affect the victim's mind, causing pain, rendering them unconscious, or causing brain death. Astral projection. You can project your astral form from your body to the astral plane or the physical plane. On the physical plane, you can travel astrally over great distances. On the astral plane, you can mentally create psionic objects and manipulate aspects of your environment. You can communicate with others astrally either at will or by accessing their thoughts and memories. Mental detection. He can sense the presence of another superhuman mutant within a small, but still undefined, radius around him, by sensing the distinctive mental radiations emitted by that being. Telekinesis. Psychokinetic energy projection allows her to levitate objects, propel them, or manipulate them at will, rise and move through the air simulating flight, stimulate individual molecules to generate heat, produce impact force in the form of explosions or blasts, and create protective shields. While she has access to the Phoenix Force, she can manipulate matter and energy at a subatomic scale through her telekinesis. She can even transform her Phoenix suit into street clothes and lift several heavy objects at once with ease. Psychic Firebird. He can manifest his telekinesis as a psychic firebird, whose talons could inflict both physical and mental damage. Force Field. She can create a telekinetic field to protect herself and her teammates or use it to lift multiple heavy objects towards her enemy. Transmutation of matter. It can manipulate and transmute matter at the subatomic level, for example, turning wood into gold, plants into crystal, and causing the disintegration of physical bodies by altering their molecular structure, etc. As the avatar of the Phoenix Force. As the chosen and true avatar of the powerful Phoenix Force, Jean can greatly enhance her powers by accessing the life force of the unborn. The Phoenix Force also allows its avatars to manifest additional powers, especially in Jean's case, as its host, home, and being. Jean Grey has the ability to create a complete bond between herself and the Phoenix, and upon reaching maturity, she will gain the powers of interstellar travel, cosmic pyrokinesis, cosmic teleportation, concussive force blasts, telekinetic sensitivity, resurrection, energy absorption, life force control, immortality, temporal manipulation, atmokinesis, and existence mastery. Weakness. Since he is around 18 years old and has not reached the maturity of the 25-year-old Phoenix, the use of force causes strain on his body. She has human stamina and is not a very good fighter. Oh. See, Steve Rogers, aka Captain America. The Super Soldier Serum, SSS, metabolized and permanently enhanced all of Rogers' bodily functions, surpassing maximum human potential. Dr. Erskine described this potential as the next step in human evolution, while still maintaining his humanity intact, though he was often referred to as the perfect man. The secret of the SSS formula was lost after Dr. Erskine's death. All available information on him classifies him as a power level 8. He is considered an alpha, one threat should he ever rebel. Powers. Artificially enhanced physiology. Rogers possesses no superhuman powers, although, as a result of the Super Soldier Serum, he transformed from a frail young man into a perfect specimen of human development and condition. Rogers is as intelligent, strong, fast, agile, and resilient as a human being can be without being considered superhuman. The Super Soldier Serum's effects are undeniable. Even if he were to adopt an unhealthy lifestyle, none of his abilities would be diminished. Superhuman strength. Rogers' physical strength is enhanced to its peak human potential. Captain America has been seen bench pressing 1,200 pounds, 544 kilograms, with each barbell, which is consistent with his strength level, as the bench press is easier than the overhead press. This strength also extends to his legs, allowing him to leap 20 feet, 6 meters, in a single bound and 10 feet, 3 meters, in the air without a running start. He can break steel handcuffs and chains, and is capable of kicking through wooden walls and steel doors. Improved speed. It can run at speeds of up to 1 mile per minute, 60 miles per hour. Greater resistance. Its bones and muscles are denser and harder, and therefore are enhanced to the maximum human potential, making it very resistant. Improved agility. His agility is greater than that of an Olympic gold medalist. He can coordinate his body with balance, flexibility, and dexterity. Improved reflexes. Rogers' reflexes are superhuman. His reaction speed is 20 kilometers per hour, allowing him to dodge point-blank shots from multiple shooters simultaneously. Improved resistance. Rogers' body eliminates the excessive buildup of fatigue-producing chemicals in his muscles, giving him exceptional stamina and lung capacity. He can exert himself at maximum effort for an hour without rest and without showing any signs of fatigue. Accelerated healing factor. Rogers' healing speed and efficiency reach the very limits of human potential, meaning he can heal faster than most people. His white blood cells and life support immune system, LSS, are efficient enough to fight off any microbe, foreign body, or other pathogen, keeping him healthy and immune to all infections, diseases, and disorders. Furthermore, Rogers cannot be intoxicated by alcohol, drugs, or airborne impurities, and he is immune to earthly diseases. He is also immune to hypnosis and gases that could limit his concentration. He is genetically perfect. Higher mental processing. His mental capacity operates with the utmost efficiency and speed, processing the world with the greatest agility and effectiveness. He possesses a perfect ability to solve and recognize patterns, unlimited information storage and retrieval, exceptional perception and observation, and a solid logical and philosophical foundation. His mind processes information rapidly. He has an accelerated learning aptitude, and he can swiftly analyze multiple and unlimited sources of information, e.g., threat assessment, responding rapidly to changing tactical situations. He possesses eidetic memory. He never forgets anything and has perfect instantaneous memory, reads at superhuman speeds, has perfect deductive and reasoning skills, and intuitively understands what will happen and how to deal with it. This allows him to recall any military tactic and apply it to any situation, making him the greatest strategist in history. Heightened senses. Roger's senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch are at the highest possible limits of human potential. Advanced longevity. The SSS halts Roger's aging process thanks to his perfect cells. Cersei stated that he will retain his youth indefinitely. Talent. Tactical master and strategist. Rogers is an accomplished strategist. He was considered one of the best, if not the best, tacticians on the planet, both on and off the battlefield. He is capable of formulating battle strategies, and his brilliant tactical sense allows him to adapt any strategy to the changing needs of the situation. Martial arts master. He is an expert in hand-to-hand combat, with a mastery of various martial arts thanks to his military combat training and instruction from several private masters. He possibly acquired his initial knowledge from World War II instructors such as William Fairbairn and Rex Applegate, pioneers of most of the methods used at that time. Rogers combines boxing, judo, and other disciplines with his gymnastic ability, creating a style that suits his strengths and allows him to make the most of his knowledge. He is considered one of the best martial artists in the world. Shield master. His years of training and experience with his unique shield, along with its physical properties, allow him to perform astonishing feats. In addition to striking enemies and blocking attacks, he can throw it with near-perfect accuracy. Rogers can hit multiple targets with a single throw thanks to the ricochet, and even achieve a boomerang-like return effect, allowing him to attack enemies from behind or retrieve the shield without needing objects to bounce off. Advanced military operator. Possesses extensive knowledge in all disciplines of the armed forces, including intelligence gathering, escape techniques, assassination, demolition, survival tactics, hunting, swimming, mountaineering, marching/instruction skills, map-making and reading, ciphering and deciphering other coded messages, reading and making wooden signs and other secret code languages, disguise, interrogation, computers, explosives, communication systems, vehicles, and electronic devices used in the armed forces. Master acrobat. His years of training and experience have made him an expert acrobat, gymnast, and aerial artist. He often uses these skills in combat, both to dodge and to attack. Indomitable will. Rogers possesses an iron will. He is able to overcome most temptations and largely resist the effects of extreme pain, drugs, and toxins. He accepts his own mortality and, as seen during the war, refuses to deprive any being of their freedom. Furthermore, he is able to resist any form of mind control. Only those with an iron will have any chance of enslaving him. Professional draftsman. He possesses great artistic talent, which he developed from childhood. Rogers frequently worked as a freelance illustrator and cartoonist, even providing his services to the New York Police Department for a time. He enjoys drawing and does so in his free time. Expert shooter. He can throw most projectile weapons with great accuracy and is well-versed in the use of firearms, although he prefers not to use them. Expert swordsman. Steve is skilled with swords and staves, but he feels most comfortable with his shield. Weapons proficiency. He normally uses no weapons other than his shield, but in desperate situations he resorts to others to ensure victory. He is an expert in the use of swords, daggers, throwing knives, staves, clubs, tonfas, axes, maces, and even firearms. Multilingual. Rogers is fluent in English, German, Russian, Spanish, Japanese, at least some French, and some Italian. He may also have knowledge of other languages. Expert driver. He is an expert in driving cars, motorcycles, trucks, airplanes, tankers, helicopters, motorboats, submarines, and some types of trains and utility vehicles. Weakness. Even in the fullness of his human being, he is still a man and can be easily hurt. Oh, D. Power Girl. She comes from what we call Earth 2, where we all exist, and has met almost everyone, though her origin story may vary. She is classified as a high-level Omega-3 or low-level Omega-2 threat. Powers. Superhuman solar energy. Power Girl gets most of her powers from Earth's yellow star, effectively making her a giant solar battery. Solar energy absorption. Power Girl's powers depend on her cell's ability to absorb and metabolize solar energy from yellow stars like Earth's sun. Her Kryptonian body is a living solar battery that absorbs solar energy and converts it into fuel for vast superhuman abilities she couldn't obtain under the influence of Rao, the red supergiant of Krypton. Her cells also store yellow solar energy, allowing her to use her powers under objects, at night, in dark places, and in space. Healing factor. Power Girl has demonstrated remarkable regenerative powers that allow her to heal rapidly from wounds and make her immune to all kinds of diseases, viruses, and toxins, both human and terrestrial. Power Girl heals faster the closer she is to the sun and the more sunlight she absorbs. Solar flare. Power Girl's heat vision is a precursor to a power called super flash. This power utilizes all the solar energy stored in her cells, allowing her to unleash a devastating attack. However, Power Girl can only use it occasionally, as it depletes all her stored solar energy before she can recharge her cells, which takes approximately 24 hours. During this time, her abilities are practically human. Heat vision. It is her ability to emit solar energy from her eyes. These beams typically appear as bright red or orange laser-like beams, invisible at low temperatures but extremely bright at high ones. The effective range of her beams is hundreds of meters. They can also reach hundreds of kilometers in width, instantly disintegrating a person. In addition to varying the beam's width, height, and intensity, Power Girl has demonstrated great skill and precision in manipulating it, being able to use this power with surgical precision and at a microscopic level. These beams can also be used to rapidly expand air or other matter, producing a tremendous impact force. They are incredibly powerful and can be used to shatter steel plates and pulverize rock. Super longevity. Power Girl is known to have an extremely long lifespan and a much slower aging process, potentially even immortality. Solar invulnerability. Immunity to almost all types of damage and disease, including extreme forces and extremely high temperatures. Its effectiveness has ranged from being able to be pierced by a projectile at the beginning of mythology to remaining completely unharmed by a supernova explosion or the collapse of universes. Explanations for this ability range from the molecular structure of Kryptonians, with a density greater than that of titanium, to the presence of strong, unbreakable cellular bonds. Flight. Because Earth and the Sun have a weaker gravitational pull than Krypton, and also thanks to his solar-powered body, the Man of Steel can alter his personal one-way gravitational field to propel himself through the air at will. Superhuman strength and endurance. Power Girl possesses physical strength far superior to that of a human and even most superhumans, making her more powerful than a locomotive. This is one of Power Girl's defining powers and has often been described as her primary ability. Depictions of the maximum weight she can lift have varied, but none of these claims have been verified. It is possible that Power Girl's powers are limitless as long as stars or similar objects exist. Kinetic energy explosion. Naruto has trained Power Girl to control the kinetic energy generated by her body and concentrate it into her punches. By doing so, upon impact with a target, she can release the energy in the form of a concentrated explosion, decimating her target and thus empowering her attacks. Superhuman speed and reflexes. Another of Power Girl's defining abilities is her superhuman speed, which allows her to move, react, run, and fly at speeds imperceptible to the human eye. She was originally described and became famous for being faster than a speeding bullet, allowing her to catch bullets in midair before they reach her or anyone else. Superhuman breath. She has the ability to inhale and exhale enormous volumes of air with great force, capable of extinguishing large fires and moving heavy objects like cars. Her super breath also allows her to hold her breath for extended periods in airless environments. The release, exhalation, of highly compressed air through a valve, such as pursed lips, causes a drastic drop in its temperature. This is known as the Joule-Thomson effect, and when Power Girl performs it, it is often called frost breath, Arctic breath, or ice breath. It can cool almost anything to sub-zero temperatures and freeze moisture in the air, creating ice. Superhuman senses. Power Girl possesses enhanced senses that allow her to perceive details at a subatomic level. X-ray vision, the ability to see through solid objects, generally with the exception of lead. Superhuman hearing. Power Girl can hear far more sounds, in much greater detail and at much greater distances than a human, including sounds at frequencies undetectable to the human ear. She is able to mentally filter out most of these sounds to function normally, even in noisy environments, and can focus on specific things, such as a person's voice or heartbeat, even if she is in another part of the city. Like humans and most animals, she has the ability to automatically recognize her own name amidst the noise of various conversations, allowing her to quickly respond to calls for help throughout the city. Superhuman vision. His senses grant him the ability to see farther and with greater precision and detail than humanly possible. He can perceive frequencies invisible to humans, such as radio transmissions, infrared light, and the bioelectric aura that surrounds all living beings, even in complete darkness. Among the ramifications of this power are telescopic vision, which allows him to observe distant objects in great detail, sometimes hundreds of kilometers away, and microscopic vision, which allows him to observe objects that would normally be too small to see, such as those at the cellular or molecular level. Superhuman sense of smell. It possesses an acute and extremely precise sense of smell, comparable to that of some animals like dogs. It can use it to detect chemical substances, such as those of a bomb hidden somewhere in a crowded room. Talent. Superhuman intelligence. Power Girl typically demonstrates an eidetic and flawless memory of everything she has seen, read, heard, or experienced. She is capable of speaking multiple languages and can learn, speak, and understand any language she encounters. Her intellect surpasses genius-level intelligence. Kryptonians already possessed genius-level intellect, being a society thousands of years more technologically advanced than Earth. In the presence of a yellow sun, Power Girl's intelligence is further enhanced, reaching superhuman levels, granting her superior intelligence and allowing her brain to function faster than a supercomputer. This intelligence has enabled her to create effective strategies and tactics when facing enemies in situations from which her powers alone could not save her. Martial artist. Power Girl is an expert in martial arts and has learned various forms of fighting. Weakness. Kryptonite. Power Girl's most well-known weakness, kryptonite, originated from radioactive fragments of the planet Krypton. It was created by fusion during the explosion that destroyed the planet. Power Girl cells store the electromagnetic radiation from the rays of a yellow sun and convert it into energy, manifesting as her superpowers. When Power Girl is exposed to green kryptonite, its high-frequency radiation quickly interferes with the cellular process, causing her intense physical pain and the loss of her powers. However, since it doesn't originate from this dimension, only liquefied kryptonite affects her. It's worth noting that other types of kryptonite have no effect on her. Red solar radiation. Natural to the Kryptonian planetary system, red solar radiation replaces the more potent yellow solar energy in Power Girl's cells, depriving her of the fuel for her powers. This process does not produce the painful, debilitating, and feverish symptoms of kryptonite, and essentially leaves Power Girl with the normal health and abilities of a human of her age and physical condition, just as it was for the entire population of Krypton throughout its existence. Exposure to yellow solar radiation causes her powers to return. Magic She is affected by most forms of witchcraft in the same way as any normal human being. Lead while lead is the only substance that blocks kryptonite radiation, one of Power Girl's intact weaknesses. It is also the only substance through which Power Girl cannot see with her X-ray vision. Depletion of solar energy. If Power Girl is forced to engage in strenuous physical activity for an extended period or perform a very difficult task without continuous absorption of solar energy, she will deplete all of her stored solar energy and continue to weaken and become vulnerable until she replenishes her solar fuel. Unlike Superman, she needs to rest at regular intervals. Steve looked at the rest of the league players who were looking at him, and at that moment he knew his job was not finished. "And when do I start?" he said, looking determinedly at the rest of the main members. While Steve was talking with the league members, the rest of his team was busy with other things. They had read the file Batman had given them, and many were surprised that the blonde knight had been able to deduce so much about them, but then they let it go. What can you say? He's Batman. His job is to know what others don't. Otherwise, how can he keep his title as the world's greatest detective? Jean had decided to spend more time with Naruto. Over the past few days, they had grown very close. Naruto seemed to be himself when he was with her. In those moments, they acted naturally. Perhaps it was the fact that Phoenix was one of her oldest friends that made Naruto open up to her so easily. Jean told her that when she was about 10 years old, her best friend was hit by a car, which awakened her telepathic and telekinetic powers. The event was traumatic for her, and she fell into a coma, from which she could only awaken thanks to Phoenix's help. They soon forged a friendship and began training with their powers. Currently, Naruto and Jean are training at the dojo in the secret house Naruto built using his clones and ingenuity. The house was located deep in a Himalayan valley and was more like a large school, equipped with everything necessary for a high-tech shelter. Naruto had built it weeks earlier to rival Clark's fortress, but to his great disappointment, it was far behind in technology. It's no surprise. The only advantage he had was in security, thanks to all the seals Naruto had placed in the area and all the contingency measures he'd taken. Even Wally was quite surprised to see the number of traps in that place. What? He was a shinobi at heart. If you want, sue him for that. Jean cursed herself for agreeing with Phoenix regarding Naruto's training, as Naruto takes the definition of a strict teacher to a whole new level. Both were demonstrating many of those abilities, which they couldn't display during normal missions. Jean was continuously launching telekinetic projectiles at Naruto at speeds invisible to the human eye, but the blonde shinobi dodged them with extreme ease. Jean has improved a lot in his powers in recent days, Naruto thought as he countered a telekinetic blast with his own, causing a huge explosion that resulted in the formation of many craters. Using the explosion as a distraction, Naruto dashed toward Jean at full speed and attacked her in close combat. Jean knew she was in danger the moment Naruto attacked. Aware of her situation, she decided to use some tricks she had recently learned. Channeling the power of the Phoenix, she enveloped her hands and legs in a Phoenix cloak, inspired by Naruto, and began throwing punches. What the hell? Naruto thought as he dodged the blows. It's similar to the fire element of the sand. Jean must have thought of that when he saw my past. It's a good thing he controls it well, or whoever touches it will die instantly. Naruto, wanting to end this quickly, activated Kurama's chakra in his hands and caught his blows, but the force of the impact was so strong that he fell backwards, and Jean also fell with him, landing on top of him. Naruto and Jean found themselves in a very compromising position, with Naruto's member brushing against Jean and their lips just centimeters apart. Jean, unwilling to let go, kissed Harry forcefully, surprising him for a few seconds. Once he got over the shock, he began to return the kiss while his hands started caressing his buttocks. The situation was about to get much more complicated when Naruto felt someone activate his security seals. Sighing, he left, leaving a very frustrated Jean behind. Oh. Naruto seemed quite surprised, but actually somewhat pleased, to see Jean sitting on his bed when he returned from security. She was wearing a thin white gown that clung to her body, leaving her legs bare. Her long, bare legs were on full display, and Naruto felt his knees buckle, but he recovered. She shifted slightly, letting her robe billow gently, revealing a glimpse of her flat stomach and luscious-looking navel. He also saw her blue lace panties. Naruto couldn't help but think that the color of those panties matched the shade of his own eyes. Naruto reacted upon seeing her. She was absolutely stunning. "What can I do for you?" Jean gave a mischievous smile as he looked at Naruto, before a rather particular thought echoed in his mind. "Oh, Naruto, there's so much you can do for me, believe me." Jean walked towards Naruto, swaying her hips seductively. "The Phoenix Force never allowed me to have a relationship because people wouldn't have survived its power, but I know you're strong enough to face anything that comes your way. I know you're strong enough to face me." Jean whispered huskily in Naruto's ear as she approached. Naruto put his arm around her and pulled her close, feeling her curves against his skin. Their eyes met, and Naruto almost expected some interruption. Naruto and Jean gazed into each other's eyes before their lips met in a passionate, fiery kiss. She straddled his lap and surrendered to the kiss. A shiver ran down Jean's spine as the blonde shinobi slid his hands over her body, caressing her skin with his fingers and sending small jolts of pleasure through her that made her tremble. These were sensations she had never imagined experiencing, and Naruto had her completely captivated. The shinobi continued caressing her, feeling her body, brushing against her breasts covered by her bra. She felt a heat engulf her and an uncontrollable desire to be satisfied, while her body burned with a passion that no man on earth could give her. Naruto smiled during the kiss before removing her robe. Jean Grey was wearing only a bra and blue lace lingerie, and he slowly laid her down on the bed. Her legs wrapped around him as Naruto kissed her and caressed her body. She moaned eagerly into his mouth. Their mouths met as his hand slid inside her shorts. The real fun was about to begin. In an instant of pure will, Jean's hand closed around the primary energy source from Naruto. He felt the pulse of his chakra, the beat of his ancestral seals, as if each vein were a river of contained power. The red-haired telepath knew he longed for her. Her thoughts were a whirlwind of blue fire and desire for liberation. Jean, owner of the Phoenix, began to channel that energy with precise movements, squeezing and releasing, like someone modulating a seal of containment. Naruto groaned, fighting against the chakra bonds that held him immobile. "He wants to break them," Jean grasped in his mind. With a mental gesture, she lowered the barriers of her uniform, revealing the sphere of pure power that throbbed in its center. "How intense," Jean whispered, her green eyes shining with the light of the Phoenix. "Wait until you feel it merge with your essence," Naruto replied defiantly. Jean knelt between her legs, smiling. That idea was the master key of the universe. She gripped the chakra sphere with both hands and absorbed it into his psychic field, enveloping her with his mind. Naruto hissed as he felt his energy being swallowed by the Phoenix vortex to the very core of his being. Jean's red hair danced like living flames with every wave of power they exchanged. "I've never done this before," Jean thought. He had only deceived Duncan with telepathic illusions. But this time it was real. His fingers traced the containment seal on Naruto's thighs, while his mind devoured its essence, extracting every drop of contained will. "It feels like the QB is roaring inside me," Naruto growled, clutching Jean's red hair. She responded with a projected thought. "Give me everything, Naruto. Give me your flame." And he did it. A burst of chakra erupted from his core, flooding Jean's psychic field. She absorbed completely, every spark, until nothing was left. "Delicious," she whispered, savoring her lips, still glowing with residual energy. Naruto, now free, pushed her against the bed. With a fluid movement, he deactivated the upper containment seal gene, revealing Gene's attributes highlighted with pink dots. Naruto activated them with a touch, causing satisfaction in her. The more he stimulated those nuclei, the more Heath force field was overflowing off Gene. Naruto took one of them, absorbing its energy like someone draining a chakra node. Gene pushed his head against his chest, sighing. "Yes, Naruto, more." Then he lowered his hand to lower power center off Gene. Naruto looked at him hungrily. "Naruto, please don't play with me," she begged. Her fingers grazed the core of it, sending out shock waves. Then his tongue plunged into the vortex, savoring the essence of the phoenix. Gene grabbed his head, pulling him towards her. Gene arched her back, wrapping her legs around her head. "I'm going to explode," she exclaimed. Its vortex contracted violently, releasing an explosion of psychic energy which splashed onto Naruto's face. His body trembled in cosmic ecstasy. Naruto stepped back, gazing at her. Her red hair framed her face like a halo of fire. Her green eyes burned with the power of the phoenix. Her spheres of power, her toned belly, her curvy hips. Everything was a masterpiece of living energy. And its vortex still throbbed, wet with power. "Naruto, I need you inside me," Gene whispered, biting his lip. He held her by the hips. Naruto fused its core with hers. Gene closed his eyes as he felt his chakra entered, breaking through their last internal barrier. He screamed at the being transformed into a complete conduit of Uzumaki power. The pain lasted for an instant. Then, all that remained was liquid fire. "Go on," he whispered. Naruto obeyed, feeling Gene's vortex pull him into it enveloped like a living seal. She wrapped her legs around him, squeezing him with her psychic muscles, giving him a pleasure that transcended the physical. Gene felt her core touch dormant chakra points. Naruto accelerated, ramming in hard. "More," she pleaded, as a faint flame surrounded her. Suddenly, it exploded in pure satisfaction, scratching Naruto's back, releasing years of pent-up power. He released a torrent of pure chakra flooding its core. Gene squeezed him with his body, draining every last spark. Then he turned him over in bed. Their lips melted together as she rubbed her vortex against Naruto's core, reactivating it. "Want to dominate you, whisper." "Do it, my phoenix," he replied. Gene climbed on top of him, dropping onto his core with a scream to the sky. She swayed, turning her hips, jumping in his power like a goddess. Naruto grabbed her by her rear attributes, guiding her. "Yes, Naruto," she shouted. "I love it," he replied. Gene dominated him all night, until he broke free again within her. Excess chakra flowed down the thighs. She picked it up with her fingers, licking it slowly, without breaking eye contact. The fun was just beginning for the two of them that night. They continued to be intimate in every way they could think of throughout the night and into the early hours of the next morning. It was time. "I love you," Gene said as she snuggled up to him. "I know, and I love you too," said Naruto as they took a well-deserved break from their nighttime activities. Oh. Naruto headed to Star Industries headquarters. A board meeting was being held today regarding the alliance between Star Industries, Wayne Enterprises, and Horizon Incorporated of Tokyo, a company Naruto had recently acquired. The press was already having a field day with his purchase of Horizon Incorporated. People now knew that he was the mysterious fellow behind the recent acquisitions in Metropolis, and that he had engaged in a battle of wits with Luther Corp to secure some deals. "Are you ready?" Karen asked, seeing Naruto standing outside the main hall, chatting with Bruce. "Yes," Naruto said. He was more than prepared, having had as much experience dealing with people as he had with the Civilian Council in the Elemental Nations. Oh. The board meeting was a resounding success. Naruto presented the alliance's future plans to all the members. The agreement stipulated that the alliance would develop new advancements in the fields of medicine and technology. After the meeting ended, Bruce returned to Gotham while Naruto took Karen to her new penthouse for lunch. The cook had prepared a classic dinner for them. Naruto and Karen had a wonderful time. Naruto also told her that he and Jean were a couple, and her suspicions were confirmed when she sensed sadness in her. Sadness that soon faded when Naruto explained that, due to her unique background, she had to be part of a collective. Karen was about to leave when Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her passionately on the lips. Naruto and Karen gazed into each other's eyes before their lips met. Her response was instantaneous. Her eyelids fluttered shut, and she began to return the kiss. Her hands moved from his hair and slid down before she wrapped her arms around his neck. In response, he loosened his grip on her waist and encircled her with his arms. The kiss was soft, delicate, fleeting. It was nothing more than a fleeting brush of lips. However, the chastity lasted barely an instant. Wanting to feel more, Naruto took Karen's lower lip between his own and began to gently suck on it. His gesture caused the woman in his arms to let out a stifled sigh, opening her mouth to allow his tongue to enter. The action was phenomenal. They caressed each other, moved together, and intertwined in a timeless dance that created a soft, lustful friction between them. Hypersensitive nerves, normally associated with taste, tingled in a way only experienced with physical activity. In that moment, Naruto could have stayed there all night. However, it was clear that Karen wanted more. The woman's hands gripped Naruto's shoulders, and she began to push him down until his legs touched the bed. Another push, and the blonde boy fell backward, Karen with him, as they continued their passionate kiss. She shifted over him, swaying in ways that heightened his excitement, until she straddled his waist. Her hands began to explore his body, caressing his muscular chest and tracing the contours of his defined abs. The fleeting touch of her soft hands sent shivers down Naruto's spine and raised goosebumps on his skin. Karen's hands paused for a moment, trembling slightly, as if hesitating between stopping or continuing to explore. The air between her and Naruto grew thick, electric, charged with something neither of them had ever felt with such intensity before. Their breaths mingled, rapid and deep, while their eyes spoke a language that needed no words. Naruto felt his heart pound in his chest. Every move Karen made, every touch, seemed like a test of his self-control. She looked at him with a mixture of shyness and desire, and in that gaze he found something that disarmed him: trust. Karen brought her face close to his, and when their lips met, the world seemed to stop. It wasn't a quick or innocent kiss. It was slow, deep, filled with pent-up desire. Naruto's hands found her waist and pulled her closer, feeling the warmth of her body through the fabric. She let out a soft sigh that made him shudder. "Naruto," she whispered, her voice trembling, filled with emotion. The blonde man looked into her eyes, and for a moment he forgot everything that had been or could be. Only she existed. Her breath, her skin, her voice. Karen's hands slid across his chest, and he responded by caressing her back, tracing every line of her body with his fingertips. Their closeness enveloped them, and the temperature in the room seemed to rise with each passing second. Neither of them spoke, but both knew what the other was feeling. The kiss returned, more intense. Naruto intertwined one hand in her hair while the other rested on her waist, gently guiding her. The movements were slow, almost ceremonial, as if each touch were a promise he didn't dare break. Karen rested her forehead against his, breathing heavily. "I don't know what you make me feel," she murmured with a nervous smile, "but I don't want it to end." Naruto gently stroked her cheek, his thumb lightly brushing against her skin. "Me neither," he replied, in a voice so low it was barely audible. For a long moment, they remained like that, gazing at each other without speaking, as if trying to etch that moment into their memory. Then she leaned in again, and their lips met once more needy, more human. The outside world faded away. Only their bodies remained, so close that their hearts seemed to beat in unison. Everything became warmth, breath, touch. It was more than desire. It was connection. When they finally separated, both were breathing heavily, their cheeks flushed and their eyes shining. Karen rested her head on Naruto's chest, and he wrapped his arms around her, shielding her from the silence that followed the whirlwind. "I love you," he whispered, with a sincerity that disarmed her. Karen looked up, her eyes shining with a mixture of surprise and tenderness. She smiled at him, barely, before responding with a soft kiss that said everything without words. "I love you too, Naruto." And so, under the dim light of the room, they remained embraced. Without promises, without masks. Just the two of them, enveloped in a warm calm that spoke of something deeper than desire, the beginning of true love. "So warm," she murmured, snuggling into Naruto's chest with a sigh. "I've never felt so comfortable." Naruto felt tempted to make a witty remark, perhaps a cheesy line that would provoke the normally stoic woman to give him a good whack on the head. It probably would have ruined the moment, but Naruto was never one to put his foot in it. However, he noticed almost immediately that Karen's breathing was deep and steady as she exhaled against his chest. Looking down, he saw that the brunette had her eyes closed and a faint smile played on her lips. She was asleep, and that was probably for the best, he thought to himself. Smiling, Naruto put an arm around Karen, pulling her close, while with the other, he helped her onto the headboard. Surprisingly, she didn't wake up. She only mumbled incoherently and tried to curl up against his chest. Carefully, he tucked them both under the covers and rested his head on the only pillow that hadn't been flung off the bed by what they'd done. Sighing contentedly, Naruto closed his eyes and fell asleep. Tomorrow would surely bring new problems and more difficulties, but for that night, Naruto allowed himself to savor the peace as he held one of the few women he could truly say he loved. Palace of Justice, Thursday, July 22nd, 2010, 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Batman summoned all the members of the team that Naruto had dubbed the Avengers. It took a while, but soon the entire team was present. "Batman, what happened?" Karen asked as she sat down next to Naruto and Jean. Batman noticed the three of them were sitting very close together. He knew, from Zatara, that Legends of the Mystic Realm said he would attract many powerful women as life partners. He could clearly see that the legend held some truth. Luckily, both of them, though very powerful, were kind-hearted and would prevent him from going down a dark path. He sighed and relinquished control of his mini-computer. A holographic file appeared before them. "Read it. It contains information about the new members of your team," Batman said as he began to think about the Joker's latest plan in Gotham. A. Spider-Man, also known as Peter Parker. Powers. He is one of the most famous heroes of the new era and is classified as an Alpha, 1 threat level. Superhuman strength. Spider-Man possesses superhuman strength, allowing him to lift many tons. His physical strength is sufficient to lift and throw objects as heavy as a semi-truck with ease. However, he must control his punches and kicks unless fighting someone of similar or superior physical strength. Spider-Man's physical strength also extends to his legs, allowing him to leap several stories high in a single bound. It's worth noting that when he discovered his powers in his teens, they were not yet fully developed. Superhuman speed. Spider-Man is capable of running and moving at speeds that far exceed the natural physical limits of even the best human athlete. Spider-Man has proven fast enough to catch a speeding car on foot, but he prefers to move using his webs. Spider-Man moves at speeds imperceptible to the human eye. He has even moved so fast that he becomes a blurry speck. Superhuman resistance. Spider-Man's advanced musculature produces fewer fatigue toxins during physical activity than an average human. This allows him to exert himself physically for much longer periods before fatigue begins to affect him. Superhuman durability. Spider-Man's body is physically more resilient and withstands certain types of injuries better than that of a normal human. His body is more resistant to impacts than anything else. He can endure great impacts, such as a fall from several stories high or being struck by an opponent with superhuman strength, which would seriously injure or kill a normal human, with barely any discomfort. Regenerative healing factor. Spider-Man possesses a low-level accelerated healing factor. It is powerful enough to allow him to recover from severe injuries, from bone fractures to extensive tissue damage, in a matter of hours. His rate of aging is very slow compared to that of normal humans. It is even theorized that, since it appears to slow down each year, he may be immortal. Immunity to contaminants. Due to his accelerated metabolism, Spider-Man has a higher tolerance for drugs and diseases than normal humans and can recover quickly from the effects of high doses. His resistance and recovery time from other toxins and diseases vary, but are generally significantly longer than those of a normal person. Superhuman agility. Spider-Man's agility, balance, and body coordination are enhanced to levels that far exceed the natural physical limits of even the finest human athlete. Spider-Man is extraordinarily flexible, and his tendons and connective tissues are twice as elastic as those of an average human, despite his superhuman strength. He possesses the agility and acrobatic prowess of the finest aerial artists and circus acrobats. Superhuman balance. Spider-Man possesses the ability to achieve perfect balance in any imaginable position. He seems able to adjust his position instinctively, allowing him to maintain his balance on virtually any object, no matter how small or narrow. Spider sense. Spider-Man possesses an extrasensory danger or spider sense that warns him of immediate potential danger by manifesting a tingling sensation at the back of his skull, and which is linked to his superhuman kinesthesia, allowing him to evade almost any injury, unless he cognitively controls his automatic reflexes. Superhuman reflexes. Spider-Man's reflexes are similarly enhanced, being approximately 40 times faster than those of an ordinary human. Combined with his spider sense, the speed of his reflexes allows him to dodge almost any attack, and even gunfire, from a sufficient distance. In some instances, Spider-Man has been shown to be able to dodge gunfire using only his reflexes, without needing his spider sense. Talent. Indomitable will. Spider-Man possesses immense willpower, completely free from malice and temptation. For years, he has struggled to balance his student life with his duties as a superhero. He is capable of rising from defeat even stronger. Genius-level intellect. With an IQ above 250, Peter is easily one of the smartest men on Earth. Inventor/expert engineer. Thanks to his knowledge and experience in mechanics, robotics, and engineering, Peter has been able to use his amazing intellect and the resources of Wayne Enterprises to create numerous inventions, such as the 4 Spider-Man suits, Spidey's stealth suit, his famous web shooters, the CryoCube 3000, and noise-canceling headphones. At Parker Industries, he invented a large number of devices, including the anti-Electro net, which successfully neutralized Electro, one of his enemies. Bachelor of Science. Peter possesses a brilliant scientific mind, holds a degree in biochemistry, and has experience in various fields of applied science, including chemistry, physics, biology, engineering, and mechanics. He is an accomplished chemist and physicist. Expert photographer. Peter is a very skilled photographer and has worked as a photographer for the Daily Bugle and Frontline. Master acrobat. Thanks to his great strength and phenomenal balance, Parker is an excellent athlete, excelling in all gymnastic disciplines and capable of performing any acrobatic feat ever attempted, including some that even an Olympic acrobat could not perform. Master of hand-to-hand combat. Due to being bullied and subjected to cruel pranks during his adolescence, Parker acquired astonishing superhuman abilities and combined them with his scientific and creative mind, eventually becoming an excellent hand-to-hand combatant. His fighting style perfectly complements his superhuman abilities. His methods are unpredictable, allowing him to rival virtually any type of combatant. Peter has been trained in unarmed combat by Black Canary and Batman. Skilled entrepreneur. Peter has managed to turn Parker Industries, a small New York-based company, into a global conglomerate in just 8 months, with headquarters in London, Manhattan, and Shanghai. B. Clint Barton, aka Hawkeye. Powers. Hawkeye possesses no superhuman abilities, but he has trained his body to peak human physical performance. He is classified as an Alpha, 2 threat level threat. Talent. Master Archer. Barton has trained to become a Master Archer, specializing in the use of regular bows, longbows, compound bows, and crossbows with near-perfect accuracy. He is capable of firing multiple arrows at a single target in a matter of seconds, hitting several targets with a few quick shots, and hitting small targets at great distances. Barton has even been known to hit the center of a city block. He practices a minimum of 2 hours a day to maintain his peak skill. Expert shooter. He possesses exceptional eyesight and virtually infallible aim. He was trained in his youth by Green Arrow in throwing blades, bolas, and boomerangs. Now he has near-perfect accuracy with any weapon, whether aimed or thrown. He can throw objects with extreme speed and precision, both in direct shots and with complex ricochets and interactions. Expert acrobat. Barton possesses exceptional strength, stamina, and endurance. He is athletic, with excellent reflexes and agility. This, combined with his training as an aerial artist and acrobat, makes him capable of performing numerous complex acrobatic maneuvers. Expert martial artist. Barton is an excellent martial artist, having been trained in various forms by Batman, who was arguably the best hand-to-hand combatant in the world. Expert tactician. As demonstrated by his leadership of the West Coast Avengers and the Thunderbolts, Barton is a highly competent strategist, tactician, and field commander. Weapon mastery. While he is not known for using melee weapons, Barton's incredible reflexes and hand-eye coordination allow him to easily master most weapons. Furthermore, during his youth he received sword training from the original swordsman, considered one of the greatest swordsmen the world has ever known. Barton is skilled with swords, knives, nunchucks, and canes. Trilingual. Hawkeye not only masters English, his native language, but also Italian and American Sign Language. Weakness. Normal human weakness. See, Scarlet Witch, also known as Wanda Maximoff. She is one of the world's foremost experts in mysticism, having been the Ancient One's apprentice since the age of 5. Rumor has it that she defeated Zatara with ease at the age of 12. Known as the Scarlet Witch, she is classified as an Omega 2 threat. Powers. Manipulation of reality through chaos magic. Wanda's main power is the superhuman ability to manipulate and alter reality at will through the manipulation of chaos magic. Teleportation. Wanda can teleport herself and others great distances or open portals and doors for various purposes. The full extent of this ability is unknown. Telekinesis. Wanda can manipulate, propel, and levitate objects using her mind, as well as fly or levitate, which she can also achieve using magical energy. Intangibility. The ability to be invisible or almost invisible and to pass through solid matter. Mystic bolts. Exile. Wanda has banished many types of creatures and humans to other dimensions. Transmutation. It has the ability to transform one thing into another. Telepathy. Wanda can communicate psychically and read minds. Time manipulation. Wanda can freeze, slow down, and travel through time. This magic can only be performed through extreme concentration and consumes a great deal of energy. Object conjuring. Other spells. These spells appear to be faster to cast, but less powerful than those that utilize divine energy. Wanda has used all her magic to alter her clothing through minor molecular control, and manipulate elements, and so on. Wanda can accumulate as much wealth/gold as she desires using magic, allowing her to acquire a large mansion in Oxford so she can attend her medical classes at Oxford University. Elementary manipulation. Wanda can manipulate and control elemental forces. Astral projection. Wanda can release her astral form from her body instantly and at will. In this form, she doesn't need to breathe, eat, drink, or sleep. She is not subject to the laws of physics. She is invisible, though anyone can see her if they wish. Intangible, and immune to all harm except the most powerful and rigorous mystical means. She can travel at virtually any speed. Protective shields. Wanda can protect herself or her allies using her magic. The strength of the shield depends on the user's magic and willpower. Hypnotism. Delusions. Universal consciousness. Through meditation, Wanda can detect anomalies in time and space, allowing her to protect herself from time travelers, extra-dimensional invaders, aliens, etc. Infinite longevity/daring. Wanda's lifespan has been extended, and her fear of death has diminished, similar to that of her mentor, the Ancient One, thanks to a successful test against death. Although she can still die and even be physically injured, she cannot contract any diseases or age. However, she still needs food, water, oxygen, and sleep, like any human. Wanda passed a test set by the Ancient One and defeated death, or rather, she accepted it. As a result, from that moment on, Wanda stopped aging. Divine sources. Wanda can channel the extra-dimensional energy of mystical and non-mystical beings across multiple dimensions to empower her spells. This can manifest in conventional spells or simply by stating what she wishes to happen and channeling a being to bring it to fruition. It is unknown whether she incurs any debt when invoking higher powers. There is no strict exchange of favors, although some entities will feel compelled to answer her call when they need help with their conflicts. This ability to serve as a conduit to multiversal power sources has given rise to the phrase, "Wanda is as powerful as the god she invokes." Darkness of the divine conduit. Black magic through sheer willpower. Wanda takes the power of another entity. This does not require the use of a spell. The fact that Wanda can do this is proof of her incredible willpower and mental fortitude. It is considered black magic, so she rarely employs it. Furthermore, by taking the powers of celestial entities, she absorbs their minds and assumes their duties and roles in the dimension in which they exist. If her will falters, she can lose all sense of herself. Although Wanda primarily uses spells considered white magic, she also resorts to spells from other disciplines such as black magic, elemental magic, and disaster magic when necessary. Wanda's powers are entirely mystical. It is prophesied that, at their peak, her magical powers surpass even those of Nabu and Clarion combined, and may perhaps rival those of the Ancient One. Talent. Expert in occultism and magical knowledge. During her studies, which continued until recently, Wanda has acquired expert knowledge about cults and the extra-dimensional entities they worship. This knowledge, so far surpasses any other on Earth. Expert strategist. Although Wanda appears to have an impulsive nature, instinctively throwing herself into life-or-death situations, it is evident that she works best this way, as she possesses considerable strategic skills. Expert martial artist. Wanda is an expert athlete and was trained in the martial arts used by Tibetan monks. Weaknesses. Weakness based on science. It has been said that Wanda's power is weaker against opponents who rely strictly on science. Dependence on charms and gestures. Wanda also relies on spoken incantations, mystical gestures, and arcane artifacts to fulfill her duties. This could probably be considered a weakness. Wanda has been incapacitated several times by being gagged and bound, preventing her from uttering arcane invocations or performing mystical gestures. But this is a minor weakness, as she possesses such control that she can perform almost all of her magic mentally, without the need for mystical gestures. Human factor. Another weakness is that Wanda, despite all her spells and magical training, is physically only human. Therefore, if she doesn't take the necessary precautions, She can be easily defeated with simple blows, energy attacks, or gas attacks. Although technically immortal, she needs to eat, sleep, and breathe to survive. Astral boundaries, such as Wanda's skill and mastery that she is able to spend up to 24 hours on the astral plane before having to reunite her ethereal form with her physical form, so as not to succumb to the corporeal deterioration that leads to bodily death and eternal suspension as a spirit. So Batman wants to tell us something about the two superheroes? Naruto asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Like any superhero, he knew who Spider-Man and Hawkeye were. Batman was the guardian of Gotham, and few interfered in his affairs. Spider-Man and Hawkeye were the guardians of New York and Los Angeles, respectively. Superman had told him that Batman had mentored them both at some point in their lives and was very protective of them, treating them like family. They weren't part of the Batman clan per se, but they were like family, with Peter perhaps being the closest of the two. What do you want to know? I think everything is pretty clear in the file, Batman said, trying to dodge the question. Their file isn't complete, and it's pretty clear you trust them. From what Superman told me, I know you trained them. Tell me more about them, Naruto said, drawing the attention of the rest of the team, who were busy reviewing the file. Batman sighed and began to tell his story. Peter Benjamin Parker was born in Queens, the son of CIA agents Richard and Mary Parker. When Peter was just a baby, his parents were assigned to infiltrate the Algerian spy network controlled by the communist agent Albert Malik. As soon as Malik discovered that Richard and Mary were double agents, he ordered one of his agents to assassinate them in a plane crash abroad and then falsely accused them of treason. Peter went to live with his aunt and uncle, Ben and May Parker, in Forest Hills, New York. They became his adoptive parents and raised him as their own son. For the next 9 years, Parker excelled in science and became an outstanding student at Midtown High School. Who is this Malik? I sensed a particular hatred towards him from you. But there's more to him than meets the eye, isn't there? Naruto asked, feeling the hostility emanating from Batman. We believe he's someone important in Hydra, Batman said, and an awkward silence fell. Everyone looked at Steve, who remained silent but with his fists clenched in anger. Noticing everyone watching him, he took several deep breaths to calm himself. And how did she get her powers? Karen asked, trying to ease the tension in the room. When he was 15, he was bitten by a radioactive spider that gave him his powers, Batman replied, looking at Steve with concern. Okay, so what about Hawkeye? Jean asked, thinking, radioactive spider, seriously. They brought him to me at the end of his training, whereas I met Peter at the beginning and trained him. I don't know much about his past, and he didn't like to talk about it. But from what I know, he's better than Green Arrow at what he does, Batman said, surprising everyone, since Green Arrow was very well known for his skill in the league. What bothers me most is that they're not in the league, especially Miss Maximoff, Steve asked. Well, Peter and Clint were too young and, frankly, never showed any interest in joining, not even as adults, mainly because there was no one their age in the league. Even Supergirl stayed for the last 3 years because of Superman, and left pretty soon after going to college. Wanda wasn't ready then, but we need her now because Kent Nelson is missing, Batman concluded in a raspy voice, surprising everyone. Why don't the 3 of us take over this recruitment business while Steve stays here helping Wally and the others with their mission? Naruto suggested. That's fine by me, Steve said. All right, let's get dressed, Naruto said to Jean and Karen and headed to his room. Steve sat down with Batman and talked to him. Oh. Palace of Justice, Thursday, July 22nd, 2010, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Acknowledged, Kid Flash, B03, the computer said as Wally emerged from the Zeta tube and saw Batman and Captain America there, which was strange since it was a training session. Batman, what's going on? Wally asked. A mission, Batman said as Wally raised an eyebrow. Do you think we're ready? Wally asked. Perhaps that's why this will be a covert reconnaissance mission. The team is assembling. I'll explain the rest, Batman said as the other 5 entered. Santa Prisco Island. This island nation is the primary source of a dangerous and illegal neosteroid, a strength-enhancing drug sold on the street under the name Venom, Batman said. So this has something to do with Bane. What's he up to? Wally asked. We're not sure. Infrared thermal signatures indicate his factory is still operating at full capacity, but all Venom shipments have inexplicably stopped. We need to find out what Bane is up to, and that's where the team comes in. This is a covert reconnaissance mission. Observe and report back. If the Justice League needs to intervene, they will. The plan requires 2 launch zones, Batman said, showing them the holomap. Who's in charge? Robin asked, eager to be the leader. Batman and Captain America exchanged glances. The captain will be joining you, so he'll be primarily responsible. But aside from him, sort this out amongst yourselves, Batman said as Robin nodded and smiled. Oh. New York, July 22nd, 2010, 12 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Naruto and the girls decided to use Star Industries' new Starjet for their trip. When Naruto tried to drive it, Karen and Jean slapped him on the back of the head and told him no in big, bold letters. After all, no one in their right mind would let an adrenaline junkie drive a state-of-the-art, high-speed jet. Naruto felt as if someone had kicked his favorite puppy in the face. New York, one of the world's most populous cities, is home to the Empire State Building, Times Square, the Statue of Liberty, and other iconic landmarks. It's a dynamic and globally influential center for art, culture, fashion, and finance. But for the superhero community, it means the city is home to a famous wall crawler. The heroes landed their jet in City Park, which at the time resembled a battlefield, and set about helping people and tending to the wounded. Naruto heard a little girl crying for her cat, which was trapped in the rubble. Naruto lifted a large rock above his head and discovered a kitten sitting in a small gap between several stones. The cat was cradling an injured paw against its chest as it looked at Naruto with sad eyes. With his free hand, Naruto bent down and gently picked it up. The cat meowed in annoyance as Naruto hugged it and placed the rock back on the ground. A girl and her parents, who were nearby clearing debris, heard the cat's meow and ran toward them. The little girl smiled brightly when she saw her cat in Naruto's arms. Mr. Whiskers. His paw, she exclaimed in horror when she saw the blood on the cat's paw. Mr. Whiskers is a strong kitten. It's just a small cut, and it doesn't look infected. He'll be fine, I promise, said Naruto as he handed the cat to the girl's father, who looked at him with an expression of surprise and understanding. The man's wife approached, took her husband's arm, and, holding her daughter's hand, looked at Naruto with a grateful expression. So, what happened here? Naruto asked as he approached Karen and Jean. Spider-Man took down Rhino near here, he said, pointing to the destruction. So today it's the Sinister Six or just the evil Rhino? Naruto asked as he began scanning the energy to find Spider-Man. It was just Rhino. It seems he somehow managed to escape from Ravencroft along with Shocker, Karen said, glancing at Jean, who was asking some questions of the nearby police officers. It'll take us a long time to complete the recruitment if we all go together, Naruto. We should split up. I'll go meet Hawkeye in Los Angeles while Karen gets to Oxford, and you take care of Spidey, Jean suggested. Well, see you later, said Naruto and jumped to the nearby buildings, while Jean and Kara departed for their respective destinations using the beta tubes, after making sure the jet returned to the Star Industrial Base. Moving between the buildings, Naruto soon sensed that Spider-Man was heading for a nearby bank. Speeding up, he intercepted him just a few buildings away from the bank. Hey, Spidey, wait! Naruto shouted when he saw him. Spider-Man turned around and saw a very unfamiliar face in New York. He was quite surprised to see Sage there. Batman had emailed him about the new team, and he was excited at the prospect of joining a group of young people his own age. Although Captain America is from another era, he's technically around 25 years old. Hi, Sage. It seems you're the surprise Batman wanted to send me, Peter said cheerfully. Looks like you're after Shocker, said Naruto as he and Peter jumped onto the roof of the building across from the bank. Yeah, the fool escaped from Ravencroft a few days ago along with Rhino and has decided to rob the city bank, Peter said, and Naruto could detect a hint of amusement in his voice. Of course, he understood perfectly. Shocker was one of Spider-Man's easiest and most recurring villains to defeat. Well, it looks like he did plan it this time, Naruto said, looking at the bank. He used Rhino as a distraction and went into a bank. He also had thugs and hostages. You used that strange sensory device, didn't you? Peter asked. Batman had told him about some of his abilities, and what had intrigued him most was precisely that device. Naruto said nothing, but gave him one of his mysterious smiles. Well, being a supervillain must suck, Peter said without hesitation. You have henchmen. Yeah, it's weird that he, of all people, has henchmen. We'll have to go in there and do it, Naruto said, his eyes shining with an intensity. He mentally devised a plan to get rid of the hostages. The blonde hero jumped out the window and managed to neutralize the two henchmen without being seen. How are you, Herman? Shocker looked up, his mouth wide open, and came face to face with everyone's favorite web-slinger in the neighborhood. You! Shocker shouted again, launching himself at Spider-Man. He lunged at him furiously, trying to defeat him. The result was similar to the last 20 times he had faced Spider-Man. Seriously, you should find another hobby you're not so bad at, because being a villain isn't really your thing, Spider-Man said, snatching the vibrating gauntlets from Shocker, who fell to the ground again. I'm saying this out of concern, because you're making me look like a bully, and I really don't want to give that impression. Shut up, Shocker yelled, but he got punched in the back of the head. How hostile, Naruto said again, and she appeared beside him. I've gotten all the hostages out of here. There's a bomb down here, but she didn't have time to set it off. You see, I could have blown all these people to bits, Shocker shouted, but one of the security guards who had been released hit him on the back of the head with a baton. Good job, Spider-Man Sage, said the guard in a casual, relaxed voice. After handing Shocker over to the police, Naruto and Peter headed to Parker Tower in Manhattan. Once there, Peter asked his AI, Jarvis, to request that the cook send him some food to his room while they talked. So this new team will be focused on taking on Hydra and other agencies that the League can't control, Peter said. Yes, basically. You could say we'll be the League's spy group, Naruto replied. Well, I'm in, Peter said after thinking for a long time, which made Naruto smile. Welcome to the Avengers, Peter. Oh. There were times when the captain hated the silence. He was glad Naruto asked him to go on that mission to keep himself occupied. Ever since Batman told them that Hydra was active, a feeling of dread had gripped him. The threat he had practically fought with his life, the group that had murdered countless soldiers, including Bucky, his best friend, had denied him the chance to be happy with his friends and, essentially, had prevented him from starting a family with Peggy, was still operating behind everyone's backs and prospering. His mind kept replaying unpleasant memories of the war, so he was glad Naruto asked him to go on this mission to keep him occupied. A busy mind chased away the silence, and silence made his thoughts wander to unpleasant memories. So the captain pondered his situation. He was trapped on the bio ship, the private spaceship of the Martian Megan. The team, known as the Teen Titans among the League members, they needed a new name soon. Even he, who had been asleep for almost 70 years, considered it a bit corny, had received their first mission. As a junior version of the Avengers, they were to gather intelligence on Bane's factory in Santa Prisca. Like any hero, he knew about Bane. He had read in the League's files that Bane was known for his combination of brute strength and exceptional intelligence, and that he was often credited as the only villain to have broken Batman. He also discovered that Bane had been born in the Caribbean Republic of Santa Prisca, in a prison called Penaduro. His father, Edmund Dorrance, had been a revolutionary who escaped Santa Prisca's justice system. The corrupt government decreed that his young son would serve a life sentence, so Bane spent his childhood and adolescence in the immoral environment of the penitentiary. One thing led to another, and Bane soon became a household name in the criminal underworld, eventually gaining control of Santa Prisca. The soldier had misgivings about this little adventure. He had thought the young hero's first mission would be relatively easy. However, it was actually quite dangerous. This was Bane's Island, and the guy was one of Batman's most famous villains. His combination of intelligence and brute strength was terrifying. He knew why Batman had entrusted this mission to the young heroes. It was giving them enough time to assess their performance in preparation for the Avengers. Overall, the team was good. Kid Flash, a speedster with a brilliant scientific mind and the potential to become one of the best speedsters. Robin, a young Batman with a less emo attitude. Superboy, a clone of Superman who possesses some of the vast Kryptonian gifts such as super strength, invulnerability, etc. Aqualad, an Atlantean with the gift of water manipulation, and Megan, a Martian with all the gifts of her species. Steve studied the team closely. At first, they seemed like miniature versions of the League's main members, with the exception of Wonder Woman and Green Lantern. But as time passed and he observed their interactions, he realized it would take them a long time to work together, and the biggest problem was the lack of a clear leader. Batman had told them to decide amongst themselves, but Steve knew that wouldn't work. While Miss Martian and Superboy didn't seem to have any desire to be in charge, Kid Flash and Robin did. From his own experience, the soldier was certain they would argue about it. Personally, Steve thought Aqualad should lead. Even though Naruto had been training Wally for the past few weeks and Robin had been under Batman's tutelage for a long time, Aqualad was the most level-headed of them all. However, he didn't seem to want the position either. Perhaps he knew the stress that came with being in charge. After all, his mentor was a king. Calder had to watch Aquaman make difficult decisions. With the Avengers, leadership seemed to fall to him, Naruto, and Karen, and he had no problem with that. All three had participated in wars on several occasions. Naruto fought in the Fourth Shinobi World War, and Karen in the Darkside War in their respective dimensions. He had read their files and, based on his own experience, considered them brilliant. He was glad that they could prevent each other from making bad decisions, just as his former team had prevented him from doing so during World War II. For Steve, the stealth gear was practically useless. His new suit was almost entirely dark, and given that he had already infiltrated numerous secure bases, he had plenty of experience with stealth. However, the super soldier did see the advantage of switching to something less conspicuous. Once again, Steve was amazed by Martian technology. Steve, however, didn't like the stupid flirting that was everywhere. Kid Flash always looked at Miss Martian like a hungry dog looks at a bone. His attention was always on the green girl. Steve didn't mind it outside of missions, but they had to get serious. Without a girl around, Kid Flash was a dangerous speedster and a prodigy of science. But with his hormones raging, he turned into a drooling idiot. He'd have to tell Flash and Naruto what happened. Then there was Miss Martian's reaction to Superboy. Steve could see she was attracted to him. From a girl's perspective, it was probably hard not to feel that way, but it didn't matter. Gan completely lost focus whenever she was near the clone. The inability to concentrate when they're around someone they're attracted to. I guess it's something that happens to both genders, Steve thought. It was a wonderful reflection. However, it came from one of the most clueless people in the world, at least when it came to his own life. Perhaps Steve understood the attraction and love for other people's lives better than his own. Or maybe Miss Martian and Kid Flash were just too obvious. Yeah, that was probably it. Superboy interrupted him with a question he asked. "Excuse me," said Steve. "Can you tell us about your first mission?" Superboy asked, and everyone looked at him. "Well, my first mission was to destroy a Nazi camp alongside Hydra. My friends and I went in and wreaked havoc. To be honest, I was about 20 years old at the time and terrified, but I believed in myself and that my friends would win, and they did. Just like I think you'll be able to complete this mission without any problems." It was already dark when they arrived at Santa Prisca. After taking a look at Superboy, Steve remarked that he wasn't going to bungee jump from the bioship. "You know, From my experience, falling from this height makes a lot of noise. What's the point of all this? Superboy asked. Causing a small earthquake isn't exactly subtle, son, Steve explained. So, either you join in, or I'll pick you up like a baby and put you down. Which do you think would be more embarrassing? For Superboy, the choice was easy. He immediately latched onto one line. As the non-flying heroes descended to the ground, Miss Martian floated down. They were now in a dense jungle. This would certainly help them stay hidden, but they risked easily becoming separated. Miss Martian and Superboy would stay with the group, but Kid Flash or Robin could easily escape. Steve would make sure to stop them. After contacting Aqualad and agreeing to meet at the factory in the center of the island, the group immediately ventured into the jungle. For Steve, the journey was easy, as he had previous experience, but Kid and Robin had no major problems in the jungle. Suddenly, Superboy stopped them. Did you hear that? Steve quickly grabbed Robin by the cape when he saw the boy trying to hide. It was a good thing he was paying attention. If he had lost sight of the boy Wonder for even a second, Robin surely would have escaped. What are you doing? Robin hissed. I'm stopping you from escaping, Steve replied. We have to stay together, and your ninja-like antics won't help. Listen carefully because I won't speak again. I'll be your leader until we go our separate ways. After that, you yourselves will decide who leads. But until then, you will follow my orders. Do you understand, Robin? Steve asked in an authoritative voice. Yes, sir, he said, swallowing hard. Superboy, what have you heard? A twig broke, Superboy replied. It could be an animal, but we should stop and make sure they're not following us, Steve said. Of agreement, Aqualad answered over the radio. Kid Flash, Superboy, switched to infrared. The two heroes quickly spotted two squads of guards some distance away. They would cross paths long before reaching the team, which was an advantage. Once the guards had turned their backs, the team could slip past quickly and silently. The sound of gunfire filled the air. What are you doing? Steve asked. They're attacking each other, Robin said, squinting. Why? Clear the way. Stay clear, Aqualad shouted over the radio. Understood. Robin nodded. Let's go, Captain. Aqualad, stay hidden. The others and I are going to see what's going on there, Steve ordered, leaving the others stunned. But Batman said. Miss Marion couldn't finish the sentence. Steve had already left. Using his agility and acrobatic skills, Steve flew between the two fighting groups. Luckily, they were using ordinary weapons, nothing that would cause him much trouble. Steve slammed his shield into as many as he could. Many thugs from both groups were knocked unconscious by his surprise attack. The others stopped and looked around in fear. From their perspective, the attack had come out of nowhere. The super soldier used the element of surprise to take out most of the other henchmen. However, one remained. The burly man wore a mask. In fact, he was more muscle than man. But that didn't mean he was stupid. Steve knew how intelligent he really was, because he could rival Batman. He was Bane, and he was staring intently at Steve, now revealed. The captain, Bane lowered his weapon. He knew it would be useless against a ghost. What are you doing here? Vacation, Steve said, shrugging. And you decide to attack me, my men, and my enemies, said Bane with a mocking smile. A very peculiar vacation indeed. And this is going to get even weirder, Steve said. Wog. Bane groaned in pain as Superboy crashed into the distracted man. What was that? Robin asked as the others joined the super soldier and the clone. What happened to the covert operation? Son, believe me, sometimes making noise has its advantages. You see, as soon as we landed on the island, my instinct told me something was wrong, and when I heard the gunshots, I knew we could get answers from the group easily, whether they wanted them or not, Steve said as he looked at Miss Martian, indicating that she should read the thugs' minds, and she began to do so. So what now, Captain? Wally asked as he gathered all the thugs so Songan could read their minds. We hope. Why did you blow our cover? Aqualad asked after his arrival. Steve looked up from where he was tying up his enemies. They were going to kill each other. It was unnecessary bloodshed, and more importantly, it gave Mgan the opportunity to read their minds and find out what's going on here. You care, one of the thugs mocked. Why don't you? Oh, Steve punched the bully in the face and broke his nose. You have no right to speak. Isn't that a little harsh? Mgan shuddered at Steve's brutality as he read the mind of another thug. Just because I saved their skin doesn't mean they can disrespect me, Steve said. So you saved the bad guys from the bad guys? Kid Flash asked. That seems a little strange. Do you know how fast a stray bullet can kill? Steve frowned. It's pretty fast. I don't understand why this surprises you, Superboy said, shrugging. If I remember correctly, it was a perfect fit for the captain's character. Yes, intentions cannot be condemned, admitted Kid Flash. What's done is done, Robin said, shrugging. Besides, I think we've just found the answer to what's happening on this island. The Cobra Cult. Steve knelt beside the unconscious cult members. I've heard of them. They're quite extremist. They worship their leader like a god. Well, this brings back old memories. It was clear who Steve was talking about, and from his expression, it was obvious that if that guy showed up, Steve wouldn't hesitate to kick him in the balls and throw him off a cliff. Batman didn't mention anything about that. Mgan whispered. Obviously I didn't know, Robin said. And these guys were going to kill each other, Superboy stated. They're obviously not friends. That explains why the power went out, Kid Flash said, nodding. Okay, mystery solved. We should call Batman. It's not that simple. Steve looked at his team. What does the cult gain from this? I mean, none of these members are under the effects of venom. We should investigate further. Of course, exclaimed Robin. I was putting it to a vote, Rob, said Kid Flash, glaring at his friend. Steve ignored the team as they argued about whether or not to call Batman. At that moment, he didn't care. What worried him was Cobra. If he remembered correctly, using venom was extremely addictive. Cobra was the kind of person who thought long-term. Having drug-addicted followers wasn't good for him. But there was someone here who might be able to clear that up. Steve approached Bane. This caused the team to watch the soldier as he walked away. Aqualad asked, Captain? Steve knelt beside Bane. Unlike the others, the leader was encased in ice to prevent any possible escape. Steve didn't know Bane's ability to escape, but he didn't want to take any chances. What does Cobra want with venom? Wouldn't you like to know? Bane growled. Can you speak Spanish? Kid Flash asked. I learned it during the war, son, Steve explained. Well, we don't speak Spanish, so English, please, Superboy said, rolling his eyes. Steve, however, noticed a slight grimace on the clone's face. It was a lie. Superboy did understand Spanish. Okay, Steve looked at Bane. You know something about all this. Tell us. Why would I do that without receiving anything in return? Bane asked. You really don't have another choice, Aqualad stated. Miss Martian looked at Bane and concentrated. I see, a secret entrance, but I can't say where it is. That's not what I meant, Steve said. He must know something about Cobra's operation. I'll try to get more. Mgan refocused. Chica, Bane said with a smile. Bane isn't that easy. Ugh, Miss Martian groaned. He's mentally reciting the football scores in Spanish. This could take a while. We don't have that much time, Steve pointed out. Then we should help each other, Bane said with a smile. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Steve glared at the villain. No, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, as long as it suits me. Don't you trust me? Bane asked angrily. I'm not like the heroes you've met so far, Bane. I'm a soldier who fought against Hydra during the war. I've seen betrayal so many times I can recognize it easily. So now you have two choices. Either you let Miss Martian read your mind, or I'll break every single bone in your body. Is that clear? Steve stated. Sir Bane knows this island like the back of his hand. Shouldn't we ally ourselves with him? Superboy asked. No, as I said, he'll betray us when he's no longer useful to us. Steve looked at his team. Cap's right, Kid Flash agreed. Trusting the bad guy? That's not smart. So what do we do? Gen asked. This, Steve said to Miss Martian, and punched Bane in the face with a small fraction of his strength, stunning him slightly. I know your mind has certain safeguards, which is why Miss Martian couldn't penetrate it while you were unconscious, but when you're stunned, those safeguards don't work. Or do they? Goor. Bane glared at the super soldier. Distract his mind with one of you and finish him off with the other, Aqualad said, nodding. Good strategy. But I've never done anything like this before, Mgan said anxiously. What if I fail? You won't, he said. He could easily see Mgan's eyes widen. Are you sure? Yes, let's do it. Steve prepared to jump into Bane. Get ready now. Steve used all his strength and punched Bane in the jaw while Mgan used her telepathy. He could see that, although Bane was stunned and in pain, he was fighting against her mental probe. He sighed with relief when he saw her smile. It seemed his plan had worked. Did you get it, Mgan? Yes. Miss Martian agreed. I have everything you know about Cobra. Good, Steve said as he pressed some pressure points on Bane's neck, causing him to lose consciousness. The team left Bane and the other men hidden in the woods. They would deal with them later. Now, however, they had to get into the factory. After finding the secret entrance under a rock, the team quickly advanced through the hidden tunnel. Luckily, Miss Martian had obtained so much information from Bane. She now knew those tunnels like the back of her hand. Make sure you stay together right now, Steve said, looking at Robin and Kid Flash. We can't afford to separate. Aqualad, Superboy, and Miss Martian nodded. Kid Flash and Robin blushed, but agreed nonetheless. Steve smiled at their expressions. It seemed they were learning after all. After entering the factory and successfully hiding, Steve looked at the others. There's a computer system up there. Robin, you're the best hacker. I'm coming. Robin was about to leave, but Steve stopped her. What? Something's wrong. Steve put his free hand to his ear. The radio isn't working. Our communication is blocked. Everyone checked their ears. Aqualad frowned. That's not good. Then we can't separate, Kid Flash pointed out. I can hear any whisper you make in this room, Superboy pointed out. That won't help the rest of us who have normal hearing. Robin sighed. We need to communicate. Steve looked at Miss Martian. Can you help us with that? Yes, I can establish a mental link, but Mgan's eyes fell on Superboy. I don't. Superboy looked away. Superboy, Steve said. We don't have many options, soldier. I trust Miss Martian, and I advise you to trust her as well. Superboy nodded slowly. Okay. Okay, Steve said, nodding to Miss Martian. Do it. If Steve could describe how the mental connection was established, he'd say it felt like a speaker had been switched on in his head. It wasn't painful, but it was strange. It seemed his telepathy wasn't fully developed yet. Can everyone hear me? Mgan wondered to herself. Wow, that's weird. Kid Flash groaned inwardly. But it worked, Aqualad said, nodding to Mgan. Yes, Superboy observed. And now what? Asked Miss Martian. Thanks to the mental connection, we can communicate instantly, Steve explained. Now we can regroup immediately if necessary, but for now, we should spread out across the factory. Find out everything you can and stay in touch. And what about that thing that defeated Bane in his memories? Miss Martian asked. Right now, we need to avoid combat, but just in case, we'll stay in pairs. Robin and Kid Flash can access the computers. Miss Martian and Aqualad will stay low and try to figure out what's going on. Superboy and I will go up to the catwalk and silently take out any henchmen we come across. This will give you a better view of what's happening. Does that sound good to everyone? Steve concluded. They all nodded. Okay, let's spread out. The groups dispersed. Steve quickly grabbed Superboy, and together they stealthily made their way to the catwalk. On many occasions, Superboy would have given them away, but luck seemed to be on their side that day, and they managed to reach the catwalk. The super soldier then took out his X-ray binoculars, which Naruto had made for him, and scanned the island. It seems like they're just releasing new shipments, Steve said. Does the poison expire? Superboy asked. It takes a long time. Years, in fact, Robin noted. Guys, I read the minds of the Cobra cult followers. They can't stop thinking about some new kind of venom, Miss Martian explained. That's not good, Aqualad remarked. It could be the substance that created the monster that defeated Bane while he was using venom. Yes, I think that's exactly it, Kid Flash informed them. From what Rob hacked, the venom was mixed with Cadmus' blockbuster formula. It transforms the user into a powerful monster. Permanently, Robin explained. This could cause problems later on, Steve thought. Years of practice had allowed him to keep his private thoughts separate from the connection, which helped him a lot. I hear a helicopter, Superboy commented. That could be the buyer, Aqualad said. Miss M, take Aqualad to the catwalk upstairs at the top of the factory, Steve ordered. We'll meet him up here. Then you can go see the buyer. Find out who it is. Understood, Miss Martian confirmed. Steve and Superboy quickly met up with Aqualad on the catwalk. Steve remarked, we may have to destroy Cobra's venom supply. Venom can be quite explosive, Robin remarked. It wouldn't take much to blow this place up. Isn't that a little extreme for a covert operation? Kid Flash asked. Maybe it depends. Steve looked around the factory. Depends on what? Superboy asked. Who are the buyers? When will the exchange take place? If we have a few days until then, we can back out without any problems and leave the matter in the hands of the Justice League. But if it happens now, well, we might have to take action, Steve explained. Aqualad nodded to the super soldier. That makes sense, but I'd prefer to avoid any more fights. Yes, me too, but son, in our cases, we usually have to fight our way through. Okay, Steve agreed. I think we can avoid a big fight. Captain, I found the buyers. I'm sending a mental image to the entire team right now, Miss Martian reported. Or maybe not. Steve clenched his fists. Shit. Sportsmaster, Aqualad cried, mentally alarmed. We can't afford a one-on-one duel with him. We've been in trouble ever since we heard about Cobra, exclaimed Kid Flash. We can beat him, Superboy declared. It's not him I'm worried about. Steve felt a sweet trickle down his neck. It's the experiments I'm worried about. The group consisted of several people. Cobra was a pale man wearing a red robe with a snake-patterned hood. The gray-skinned giant with red hair was the mammoth who had defeated Bane. The sportsmaster was the blonde man with a goalkeeper mask and sports equipment. There was also an experimental giant. The Hydra logo on its shoulders clearly indicated who its master was. Seeing him, Steve knew he had a lot of work ahead of him. Who is he? A science fair reject? Wally joked, trying to ease the tension. Trust me, it's an experimental supergiant created by Hydra. It's dangerous, Steve warned. They all are. So what do we do now? Miss Martian asked as she landed next to the boys on the catwalk. Steve watched as the group toured the factory. This is an emergency. This place needs to be demolished right now. But how do we do that? Aqualad asked. Robin, Miss Martian, and I can plant explosives. I have plenty with me that we can use. But we have to be careful, Steve warned. Cobra, Sportsmaster, and Mammoth, even that damned experiment could find us out. And what about the others? Superboy asked. Superboy, stay up here and keep watch. Also, listen to the group. Miss Martian, can you open a telepathic channel through the link? Steve asked. Yeah. Okay, we need all the details. Aqualad, Kid Flash, sneak out. Plant explosives in the nearby jungle. That way we can distract everyone and get them out of here, Steve reported. No one will be hurt by the explosions, Robin realized. Yes. Any objections? Steve asked. There weren't any. Then let's do it. Despite what others may think, Karen's life has not been easy. The daughter of Kal-El's uncles, when her father discovered that Krypton was about to explode, he put her on a spaceship bound for Earth. Although both ships were launched simultaneously, hers traveled more slowly, and she arrived on Earth decades after her cousin landed. Her symbiotic ship was designed to keep her in stasis during the journey and provide her with life experiences and education in the form of virtual reality. The ship allowed her to interact with virtual copies of her parents and other Kryptonians, enabling her to learn about her heritage and how to control her powers. Well, at least I'm grateful to that damn sentry, she thought as she recalled the problems she faced when the ship somehow came to life. It turns out that when Karen arrived on Earth, she was about 13 years old and was found by the Justice League. She decided to hide her existence in order to adapt to the new culture. She had a normal childhood and grew up alongside Helena Wayne, the daughter of the famous couple Bruce and Selena Wayne. A tragedy occurred. The Justice League was battling Lionel Luthor and his army of supervillains. Luthor created a bomb powerful enough to annihilate the entire League and detonated it at the Watchtower. As a result, the entire Old Guard, both superheroes and villains, perished in the battle. The companions eventually took the place of their mentors. Karen, feeling indebted to Superman, decided to become a superheroine herself, but, not wanting to live in his shadow, she took the name Power Girl. Her desire not to live in Superman's shadow was so great that she did not adopt the family of L emblem on her chest, like her predecessor. For 3 years, everything went smoothly, but the return of Lex, Lionel's estranged son, marked the beginning of the end. By then, Karen had already made a name for herself, not only as Power Girl, but also as Karen Starr, the CEO of Starr Industries. It seemed that, like Cal, she was destined to face a Luthor. During her battles against Luthor, both as Karen and Power Girl, Karen made many friends and enemies. She also witnessed the rise of Metropolis's new darling son, Naruto Namikaze, owner of Namikaze Incorporated. She discovered he was the superhero Arcane, capable of controlling all forms of energy. Because he awakened his powers at a very young age and had practiced diligently to control them, he was incredibly strong and had become a key figure in the Justice League. As time passed, Naruto and Karen became close friends and began dating. When the press learned that two of the world's greatest superheroes were together, it caused a huge stir. There was much speculation about them, but together they managed to overcome all their adversaries. They discovered that Luthor was planning to conduct experiments in the Earth's core to cure his cancer and gain powers that would allow him to defeat the Justice League. The League managed to stop him, but not before Luthor damaged the core. The damage was already done. It was estimated that it would take thousands of years for Earth to be destroyed. Karen and Naruto were searching for a cure, but now that peace reigned, they decided to marry. She married Naruto, and they enjoyed a year of tranquility until Darkseid decided to invade Earth. The result was the destruction of her home planet, the death of all her friends, and her husband. She somehow teleported to this Earth simply because she was near the teleportation tube, which malfunctioned during the explosion. In this universe, the League took her in. Seeing her condition, they took her to rehabilitation and helped her. It took time, but she finally managed to leave her past behind. However, her past resurfaced in the form of Uzumaki Naruto. At first, she tried to distance herself from him, but it was impossible, and they soon became lovers. Who would have thought I'd find love again in my life? Although Cal seemed happy for me, Karen thought as she remembered the party at Kent's house when she told them about her relationship with Naruto. Speaking of Naruto, she thought about the differences between her Earth and this one. Both were charismatic, kind, and powerful in their own way, but the only difference was that one had suffered abandonment throughout his childhood, while the other was a rich kid with family problems. The difference in abilities was also obvious, as she was sure that the Naruto of this world would defeat the one from Earth, too, at any moment. He snapped out of his thoughts, realizing he was very close to his destination. He'd been told Wanda's house was in a sort of pocket dimension, so he'd have to find the right spot to enter using the key Batman had given him. Where's the yellow lamppost? She thought as she searched for it. She noticed a small, broken lamppost at the edge of the street, barely visible to the naked eye. Perhaps it's a common habit among magic users to hide their home. Wow, she said, showing the key to the lamp. Soon she felt a kind of distortion in the space around her and found herself in front of a castle. Holy crap, this place is huge even by normal standards, Karen exclaimed as she looked at the Hogwarts-like castle. Welcome to the Sanctum Sanctorum, Miss Star, Wanda said as she appeared in the main doorway of the castle. Thank you, Karen said as she walked with Wanda toward the castle. Upon entering the castle, he saw that everything was in disarray and destroyed. It looked as if someone had fought inside. What happened here? Karen asked, seeing the destroyed part of the castle. Well, one of my enemies decided to pay a visit. As you can see, the destruction is the result of our argument. Charmcaster has always had a terrible temper, Wanda said as they entered her studio. Charmcaster? Well, Charmcaster is the leader of the mystical kingdom Legerdemain. She learned to control the dark aspects of her powers from me. We're kind of rivals, but deep down we're also really good friends, Wanda told her. So tell me, what's this new team I've been hearing about all about? Well, as we say ourselves, the Avengers are the Justice League's spy division. Only the bigwigs know about us for now. That's what I know. We could use someone like you on the team, Karen replied. You have Dr. Fate and Zatara with you. Hell, Zatanna's young. Why not her? But why me? I'm not that stealthy or quiet, Wanda said as she poured tea for them both. As she took a sip of tea, one of the best Karen had tasted in a long time, she said, You're one of the best, aren't you? Besides, Kent Nelson is missing. We need someone as good as him at Rooster. Zatara is good, but if I remember correctly from the briefings, you beat him when you were barely a teenager. Wanda smiled at the slightest comment. She remembered how furious Zatara had been when he learned he was facing a child who wasn't even a teenager, and she undoubtedly felt absolute pleasure in humiliating him in front of everyone present. The team was another interesting prospect. With Nelson gone, there were only a few left who could be classified as high-level alpha mages. Zatara was on the cusp of that level, and Zatanna, in terms of power, could be considered a low omega, but she lacked the necessary skill. Before she could respond, she sensed someone trying to open the gates of the underworld to release some demons. What's wrong? Karen asked, noticing the tension reflected on Wanda's face. Someone has opened the gates of hell and unleashed demons on London. We have to leave right now, or London will be left in ruins, Wanda said. What are you waiting for? Let's go? Oh. London. Wanda teleported with Karen to an abandoned mill. Whoever had opened the gates of hell was cunning. Instead of using the traditional lock and key method, the sorcerer had created a small crack in the lock, forming a portal that allowed many low-level monsters to slip out unnoticed. The monsters were weak for Wanda, but not for Karen. She had read about Kryptonians and knew they were vulnerable to magic. The portal was only open for a few seconds, and if Wanda was right, there would be dozens of creatures to contend with. Silently placing some amulets to protect Karen from magic for a while, they made their way to the heart of the factory. What they saw truly shocked them. A woman of about 35 years old was keeping the portal open and somehow mixing demons to create a horrifying anomaly. Wanda watched in horror as the woman gave birth to a hybrid of various monsters from every pantheon. She could clearly see that its head was a mixture of Hydra, Griffin, and Minotaur, while its body was composed of who knows what. The monster, once it came to life, began creating smaller demons for itself. Seeing this, Wanda was suddenly reminded of the various boss battles she used to play in video games like Pop or God of War. What? Video games helped her clear her mind. Shaking her head, she looked at Karen and nodded, but before they could do anything, the hybrid detected them and launched a large fireball. Wanda dodged the attack, looked at Karen, and gave her a look that made it clear the monster was her problem. Summon. V Elementum Defensa Oppositum. Summon. 5 Elements Protective Barrier. As soon as Wanda uttered those words, she and the hybrid were enveloped in a sort of green barrier that prevented her from creating more minions, giving Karen enough of an opportunity to deal with those monsters. The hybrid, enraged, unleashed a wave of energy in all directions, forcing Wanda to create one of her most powerful shields. While protecting herself from the attack, she noticed the hybrid's body showing some discomfort due to the light. The barrier couldn't contain the wave, so Wanda manipulated it so that the wave was deflected upwards, completely destroying the roof of the mill. With the roof destroyed, sunlight flooded the mill and illuminated the hybrid's body. So this bastard was allergic to light. Now that I think about it, the fireball and this energy wave contained a lot of dark energy. I'd have to use powerful light attacks to pierce his outer armor and, at the same time, use holy magic to kill him. How troublesome. She thought for a moment and lowered her shield. Seeing that Power Girl had dealt with the henchman, she lowered her barrier. Without wasting a moment, she transfigured the nearby rocks into several elemental lions and made them attack. Magic surged from her, creating cracks in the walls and floor as she recited her Keto. Limit of 1,000 hands. Respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Hands that fire, unable to reflect the blue sky. The path bathed in light, the wind that kindled the embers. Time that gathers when both are together. There is no need to hesitate. Obey my orders. Bullets of light, 8 bodies, 9 objects. Book of the sky, sick treasure, great wheel, tower of the gray fortress. Aim far, scatter brightly and cleanly when firing. Hato number 91. Senju Koten Taiho, 1,000 hands, shining sky cultivation. Hundreds of brilliant points of yellow energy, composed entirely of holy light, appeared behind Wanda. To protect himself from this attack, the hybrid used some of his energy and erected a barrier. Wanda simply smiled sarcastically and, with a gesture of her hand, directed her attack towards the hybrid. The barrier stood no chance against the energy points/spears. They pierced it like paper and converged, striking the hybrid. Its outer protective layer was easily destroyed. The hybrid screamed in agony as the attack continued to tear at its body. The attack also seemed to slow its regenerative abilities. In short, the hybrid was racked with excruciating pain, and its suffering was far from over, as Wanda focused her magic in the air to prepare her next attack. Summon heavenly wrath, he exclaimed as he teleported himself and Karen out of the mill. The result was instantaneous. The sky seemed to split at his command, and a powerful bolt of lightning struck the mill, completely obliterating the area. Karen watched the scene, her eyes wide. She had easily destroyed the minions the monster had created, but they had given the strange woman enough time to disappear into a portal. She then rushed to help Wanda, only to see her toying with the monster before destroying it. As he contemplated the destruction, he asked, "Was it necessary?" Yes, the divine lightning purified the land, making it habitable again. If it hadn't, evil spirits would have attacked anyone who passed by. Besides, the attack was the easiest way to eliminate that anomaly and send it back to its home, he said. Is the equipment working properly? Because it seems to me you urgently need help in the mystical realm. Yes, then you're in. Yeah. Welcome to Avengers Scarlet Witch. Oh. Los Angeles. Hawkeye was on his usual patrol through the city. His source had informed him that 4 internationally wanted criminals had arrived, determined to take control and turn it into their playground. They were the Sound Four, a gang composed of 4 of the deadliest assassins, capable of acting with impunity. The Sound Four had been high-ranking soldiers and bodyguards for organized crime. After sowing terror in Asia and Europe, eluding Interpol, the Hong Kong Criminal Intelligence Bureau, and the Japanese Defense Intelligence Agency, they decided to go to the United States to see what they could do. Sakan, the leader of the Sound Four, is the most skilled and strongest of the 4. He is the fastest and strongest member of the group, and he never lets them or his opponents forget it. He is a very arrogant and somewhat boastful man. He has a dual personality. Sakan is one part, while his alter ego, Yukon, is the other. While Sakan is stubborn, Yukon is the complete opposite, leading to peculiar dialogue. Sakan claims they are twins and that both are leaders so that the others in the group won't question him and thus avoid their enmity. His dual personality also influences his fighting style, as he fights so fast that it seems like two people are fighting one. He is lethal in a fighting style that attacks the muscles and destroys cells, making him extremely dangerous. When equipped with his two daggers, he can kill even faster. Jirobo is the muscle of the group, standing out due to his size and height. He's the most polite, but during fights he's just as sarcastic and arrogant as the others, often calling his opponents trash. His imposing presence and robust build also influence his fighting style. His greatest weapon is his strength, far superior to that of any normal human thanks to the Shadow's experiments. He can tear debris from the ground and bend and break metal if necessary. His abilities reach their peak in the Arhut fist fighting style, which combines simple strikes with overwhelming strength for killing. The use of a giant hammer makes him even more lethal, an opponent no one should dare cross. The team strategist is Kidamaru, the most intelligent and analytical of the four. His genius-level IQ is a huge asset to the team, allowing him to analyze any situation or battle and find solutions or weaknesses. He enjoys tormenting his victims and opponents, often prolonging fights with those he finds interesting. Kidamaru wields a bow with special arrows that have a spiderweb-like adhesive, making them perfect for ensnaring his opponents. His intelligence also makes him an exceptional marksman, providing long-range support for the team. Fascinated by spiders, he underwent an operation that granted him an extra pair of hands, allowing him to multitask. Finally, there's the group's femme fatale, Tayuya. Although she's the only woman, she's as strong as the other three men and the most foul-mouthed and arrogant. Despite being the youngest of the four, she's considered the second strongest, surpassed only by Sakan by a hair, something she never stopped trying to change. She's an expert in hand-to-hand combat, but unlike the others, who used physical weapons, she's the only one who uses sound as a weapon. She commissioned the creation of a special flute, and by playing it at different frequencies, she could cause pain, render her opponent unconscious, or kill them. He was glad Bruce had sent someone like Phoenix to help him. A telekinetic of his caliber would surely be a great help and would allow him to meet one of his future teammates. Bruce visited him a few days ago, surprising the LAPD by easily infiltrating the base and interrupting their meeting. Bastard. He gave them information about the group, and by information he means details about the Sound Four. It seems that, besides Batman, Ra's al Ghul was also interested in him, and the Sound Four were a sort of test. Although he could have eliminated them, having the help of a pretty girl didn't hurt. Really? Hawkeye was keeping watch over the Sound Force safe house. They'd done well to hide out of sight of the plane, right next to the town hall. If it weren't for Phoenix, he would have been searching everywhere for them. So how do we eliminate them? Phoenix asked. Getting in isn't the problem. The problem is dealing with those four idiots in there. From what Batman told me, Tayuya and Kidamaru are trying to get you out while Jirobo and Sakan take them out. We have to eliminate Kidamaru first. Without him, they'll have no plans to defeat us, which will make our job easier. Jean grabbed his shoulder, forcing him to look at her. Don't throw up, she said as she teleported inside the hideout, right above the Sound Four. Without missing a beat, she attacked them all with a telekinetic blast, concentrating most of her power into Kidamaru and instantly knocking him unconscious. Nodding to Clint, they both began attacking the Sound Four. Jean immediately pursued Tayuya and destroyed her flute with telekinesis. She then engaged her in hand-to-hand combat. Enraged by the destruction of her weapon, Tayuya attacked Jean, who easily countered her punches and kicks. The fight continued for several minutes before Jean found an opening and landed a punch to Tayuya's stomach, followed by a knee to the face. To make matters worse, Jean unleashed a mental blast that left Tayuya in a coma. Sighing, he turned to see Jirobo lying unconscious on the ground with his broken arm, while Hawkeye had trapped Sakan in an electric net. Any movement he made produced electric shocks, quite powerful in his opinion, and he asked him questions. After the interrogation ended, Both deposited the trash at the police station. "So, you're on the team?" Jean asked. "Yeah. Welcome to the Avengers, Hawkeye." "Oh, Santa Prisca." After handing the bombs over to the team, Steve got to work fulfilling his part of the plan. He had to be careful not to be seen or detected. He had placed his bombs while he waited. While this was happening, Steve heard what the group of villains was saying through Mgan's mental link. "Did you have any problems, Lord Cobra?" Sportsmaster asked. "There was a problem with Bane and his men, but that will be resolved soon," Cobra said. "Not in your dreams, Cobra," Steve thought. "Everyone ready?" "Yes," Robin and Miss Martian replied through the link. "Okay," Steve said as he pulled out the detonator. Boom. The team took advantage of the distraction created by the explosion and began eliminating Cobra's cultists. Steve mentally told them to handle everything while he went after Cobra and the Hydra experiment. Steve dashed into the woods, knocking out every cultist he saw. Thanks to his superhuman speed, he quickly caught up with them. With pinpoint accuracy, he threw his shield, which struck Cobra in the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. The giant turned to see who the monster was that had dared to attack his master, but when he looked at the man, for the first time in many days he felt fear. Standing before him was the man who had almost destroyed Hydra. Captain America. The giants weren't very intelligent. They were better known for their brute strength, and like all of their kind, they began to attack their enemy. "This is test material. It's impossible that Hydra could have obtained such poor results. Cobra's formula seems to have robbed him of all his mental faculties, causing him to attack blindly," Steve thought as he dodged. Soon he had his chance and unleashed a barrage of combos on the giant. Since the brute was one of the first experiments, his stamina wasn't very high, and Steve was able to defeat him easily. A kick to the jaw sent the giant sprawling to the ground. Steve calmly approached after helping him up. The effects of the drug had worn off somewhat, and the man was in considerable pain. Steve checked his pulse and found it weak. Knowing there was still a chance to save him, Steve decided to get the first aid kit. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hydra draw his weapon. Steve sighed and threw his shield with precise aim, hitting Cobra in the arms, causing him to drop his weapon. Cobra glared at the captain, whose expression turned to rage. How dare this mortal attack the god? He and all his companions who dared interfere with his plans would feel his fury. No one will stand in their way. Nobody. But first, he wanted to punish his servant for daring to lose to a commoner. He took a small device from his pocket and activated it. The result was instantaneous. The giant died a horrible death. Steve heard the cry of pain and his mind raced. Suddenly, he was face to face with Red Skull in his factory, the very place where he had first met him. Shaking his head, he saw Cobra standing there, a bow staff in his hands. "You should have learned not to mess with God, Captain," he said. "Now kneel before me, and perhaps I will free you from pain and torture." Upon hearing this, Steve laughed and replied, "You know what? The last time that I saw a man who believed himself superior to everyone else, proclaiming himself a god, we ended up arguing," and he charged forward. Cobra managed to fight Steve, but it was clear that Captain America was far superior to him in every way. He practically toyed with the god and was about to defeat him when he was pulled into a mysterious portal. Steve sighed and groaned. "Damn, I almost lost him." "That was a good shot, actually," said Kid Flash, quickly approaching Steve. "You attacked them both at once." He noticed the electrocuted Hydra giant lying a few feet away. His body was burned, and his face showed signs of agony. "Yes." Steve looked at the others as they approached. "How did they do?" "Great." Gan smiled. "They didn't stand a chance," Robin said with a mocking smile. "We distracted Mammoth while Miss Martian knocked him out, and Kid Flash took care of the thugs. Looks like Naruto's training has made him pretty strong." Unfortunately, Sportsmaster ran away when things got tough and teleported away through some strange portal. Superboy rolled his eyes. "What a shame," said Steve as he thought about how two people had been saved thanks to the mysterious portal but it seems that whoever is behind all this prefers to remain anonymous. Well, we can't catch them all, Kid Flash said, shrugging. It was the lesson Barry had taught him from the start. But we did a good job here, Aqualad said with a smile. We uncovered the disturbance, destroyed the supply of a dangerous new chemical drug, and captured several dangerous criminals. It was a productive night's work. Yes, Steve agreed. They did quite well on the field. Tell me, who among you is the leader of the group? Aqualad, Wally said, as everyone nodded. Because he's the oldest and most reliable of us. Exactly, and we're especially counting on him and you to explain everything to Batman, Robin said with a smile. Steve looked around, taking in all the destruction. Seriously, Batman had to expect this if he included me on this team. Nobody could argue with that. Oh. Happy Harbor. The Avengers were sitting around the table. It was late when Steve returned from Santa Prisca, and they were all discussing the day's events. Batman was with them too. Apparently, he was also interested in hearing how his teammates had fared on their first official mission. So, all in all, they did pretty well, I guess, Steve said, finishing his account. Although everyone looked serious, deep down they were pleased with how the young people had handled the situation. But the worrying news was that Hydra had openly announced its return. Yes, they did, Batman concluded in an expressionless voice. Steve, given that you're the one with the most experience fighting Hydra, who do you think is responsible for those experiments? Bruce, let me tell you one thing before anything else. With Hydra, you can never be sure. It's been 70 years since its supposed dissolution. It could be anyone, even Zola, from among the old ones I fought, Steve replied, his voice thick with enough anger to put everyone on edge. Who is Zola? Peter asked as he continued drinking. Zola is the first human genetic engineer in history. He based his work on some deviance documents and helped the Nazis during World War II, Bruce replied. He's dangerous. I fought against his creations many times during the war. I was devoted to Red Skull, wanting him to create God at any cost. Some of his experiments still give me nightmares, Steve replied. Great, Wanda said, still playing her video game. To many, she seemed distracted, but if you looked closely, she was completely focused on the meeting. And what about that vixen who creates portals? Yes, it seems she was responsible for Rhino and Herman escaping from Ravencroft, Peter said. She was also responsible for the four of them arriving in Los Angeles without any problems. Security cameras showed that they also entered through a portal in Japan just days before arriving in Los Angeles, Clint said. I'm working on it, Bruce replied, Naruto. Yeah, a storm is coming. I know. So get ready. Karen found Naruto sitting on his bed. His body was tense, and he was deep in thought. What are you thinking about? She asked. Naruto looked at Karen. She was wearing a white nightgown so thin that it clearly revealed her bra and panties. Only today's events. The portal was something I'd seen before, Naruto said as Karen sat on his lap. He wrapped his arms around her to hold her. Forget that. Whoever she is, we'll take care of her, Karen said as she straddled his lap. She clearly felt his penis harden and, smiling, asked, Do you want to have some fun? Of course. Naruto began kissing Karen as they sat on the large king-size bed. Karen pushed him down and straddled him. She noticed Naruto emanating a kind of aura that excited her greatly. Their mouths battled for dominance. You call that a kiss? Jean appeared in the doorway. She was wearing a thin, sheer nightgown as bedtime was approaching, and underneath, a very sensual red outfit. Naruto felt a tingle, but it wasn't his spider sense. Wow, he thought. But then he thought he heard Jean's mocking smile and remembered that she could hear his thoughts. Wow, Jean thought with a smile, while brazenly looking down below Naruto's waist. Boy Phoenix, my eyes are up here, Naruto said, and Jean laughed. I know. Karen put her hands on her hips and stared at Jean. Oh, really? Think you could do better, princess? Watch closely, Jean said, winking at her. and guided her forward. Jean brushed against her rear power generator against the chakra core from Naruto, sending out waves of pure power. Her hands roamed over her armor of seals as her lips melted into exchange of vital essence. The redhead deepened the connection. Naruto smiled nervously as Karen and Jean surrounded him like two ancestral guardians. Karen positioned herself over her throne of power, Jean to his side. Both carriers of the bond flashed defiant smiles upon detecting echo of doubt in their chakra field. "Do you think you can't handle two heroines at the same time?" Karen joked. "I can channel any chakra storm," Naruto replied confidently. Karen leaned over, and he bit his containment seal on the neck. And vampiric energy flow it invaded his system, thanks to the channeling lessons he himself had given him. Her hormones transformed into adrenaline storms, running down his spine like lightning. Jean approached from behind, pressing his attributes against his back. "This is going to overburden," Jean whispered, projecting images of lust in the mind of the shinobi. Naruto accumulated vital in microdoses, expanding their muscles like living armor. Karen kissed him with elemental fury, their tongues clashing like conflicting stamps. Jean hugged him from behind, her hands roaming over his steel chest before descending to hardened power core. Naruto interrupted the kiss to turn Jean around and activate your pleasure node with precise chakra touches. Jean groaned as Karen positioned herself over him, center blocking his voice with unprecedented daring. In a burst of synergy, Jean channeled his power towards Karen, who responded with groans. Naruto smiled as he sensed the waves of pleasure bouncing between them. He massaged Karen's generators, increasing its internal flow. Naruto bowed to activate rear attributes from Jean, sending pulses of lust that made her arch her back. Karen turned to wink at him, while Naruto licked the central node from Jean with vibratory chakra. Jean replicated the gesture with Karen, synchronizing their force fields. Naruto introduced chakra in Jean's core, licking with ancestral vehemence. Both women reached simultaneous energy peaks, releasing chakra storms which Naruto absorbed with delight. Karen and Jean approached Naruto, holding its core of power with expert hands. Karen activated Thecusp Jean, the central axis. Naruto groaned at the double chakra flow while Jean's containment spheres bounced off in his palm. Karen brushed against her tongue of fire against the summit. Jean traversed the axis with frozen chakra. Both channeled their elements about the core of Naruto, who trembled before the fusion of opposites. Karen wrapped the peak in her absorption field, sucking pure energy. Jean licked the shaft while massaging it with her spheres of psychic power. Naruto charged between them, merging their chakrain, a three-way ritual. Their pleasure centers, they grazed the chakra veins from Naruto. Karen and Jean, they licked the peak simultaneously, their languages in elemental harmony. Naruto clung to the bed as his core was expanding to the limit. Finally, he released one primordial chakra wave that Karen captured in her absorption field. The excess spilled, and both women, they channeled it with their mouths, sharing the residual essence. Karen lunged at Naruto, assembling its core with surgical precision. He held her by the power waist, charging with inhuman speed. Their attributes, they bounced to the rhythm of their synchronized movements. Karen moved her hips, rubbing their passion against him. The sweat glistened like condensed chakra while they were kissing elemental fury. Karen reached the maximum overload, their internal sensations squeezing out its essence. Naruto released a chakra torrent that flooded its core. Jean took over, giving Naruto a privileged view of his back and everything else. Naruto rammed her with animal force, its attributes bouncing like planets in collision. Jean arched her hips, synchronizing their pulses with his. Minutes later, Karen was slammed against the wall. She pressed herself against the surface, while he released all his chakra. Finally, Naruto lunged at Jean once more, overpowering her. She dug her nails into the bed as he massaged her body with both hands. Jean nibbled at her neck, leaving a mark of eternal bond. Both reached the final climax, his chakra merging into one explosion of light. Jean's body trembled with ecstasy as he collapsed beneath Naruto and lost consciousness from the satisfaction. Wanda could hardly believe what she had just seen. The guy she'd slept with had never had such stamina. Now that she thought about it, their penises were also short compared to hers. She could already feel how wet her panties were. I really need a cold shower. Wally yawned as he approached the bookstore Robin had sent him to in search of a book about alternate dimensions and the demons that inhabited them. The title was unpronounceable, but that was the book's main premise. Robin wanted the book to better understand which dimension his brother, not by blood, that is, Wally, came from their memories. They knew he came from a dimension where humanity had advanced more biologically than technologically. He-tailed beast, the creature Naruto used to contain, was actually a powerful force of nature known as Kyubi no Kitsune by the natives of the elemental nations. According to Rob's research on Kitsune, in Japanese folklore they can have up to 9 tails, depending on their age, wisdom, and power. The only way to kill a Kitsune is to cut off all of its tails, as one is said to be the primary tail and the source of all its power. Since the primary tail is unknown, all of its tails would have to be cut off to destroy it. 1, 5, 7, and 9 tails are the most common in folk tales. When a kitsune develops its 9th tail, its fur turns white or gold. A kitsune is a shapeshifter, and generally, upon reaching 100 years of age, it learns to take human form. Therefore, it must be a fox for 100 years before being able to transform from fox to human and vice versa. It is also said that a kitsune can duplicate other human beings, that is, adopt the appearance of different people. Kitsune can be either male or female, and they often take the form of young Japanese women, beautiful women, and older men. Kitsune are believed to possess superior intelligence, long lifespans, and magical powers. They are a type of spirit entity, and the word kitsune is often translated as fox spirit. However, this does not mean that kitsune are ghosts, nor that they are fundamentally different from ordinary foxes. Since the word spirit is used to reflect a state of knowledge or enlightenment, all long-lived foxes acquire supernatural abilities. There are 2 common classifications of kitsune. Zenko are benevolent celestial foxes associated with the god Inari. They are sometimes simply called Inari foxes. Yako, on the other hand, tend to be mischievous or even malicious. Local traditions add other types. For example, a Ninko is an invisible fox spirit that humans can only perceive when it possesses them. Another tradition classifies kitsune into 13 types defined by their supernatural abilities. Physically, kitsune are characterized by having up to 9 tails. These Kyubi no Kitsune acquire the ability to see and hear everything that happens anywhere in the world. Other accounts attribute infinite wisdom to them. There are 13 different types of kitsune, each associated with an element, listed below: sky, or celestial or primordial, void or dark, wind, spirit, fire, earth, river, ocean, mountain, forest, thunder, time, and sound. For a kitsune, freedom is paramount. They do not tolerate confinement or being forced to do anything against their will. If they were freed, they would likely die. Kitsune love to play pranks. They enjoy stealing things and hiding them, or doing anything to annoy others. Kitsune possess objects called kitsune spheres or star spheres, small golden white spheres that are their most prized possession, representing their condensed life force. If you manage to seize a kitsune star sphere, you will have the ability to control them and make them obey your commands. However, kitsune hate being deprived of their freedom, and if they regain their star sphere, the consequences will be dire. In some tales, kitsune have difficulty concealing their tails when in human form. Searching for them, perhaps when the fox is drunk or careless, is a common method for discerning their true nature. Variations on this theme show Kitsune retaining other
Holy
fox-like
fuck.
features,
Fuck's
such as a
like
fine layer of
timing.
fur, a
Wow,
fox-like shadow,
amazing.
or a reflection that reveals their true form. The term Kitsune Gao, or fox-faced, refers to human women with elongated faces, close-set eyes, thin eyebrows, and high cheekbones.
All that
Traditionally,
waiting just to
this
fuck up like
facial
that?
structure
That's
is
crazy.
considered attractive, and some tales attribute it to foxes in human form. Kitsune feel fear and hatred toward dogs even in human form, and some are so frightened by the presence of these animals that they revert to their fox form and flee. A particularly devout person may be able to see through the fox disguise automatically. A folktale illustrating these imperfections in the kitsune's human form tells of
Dude,
Koan,
why?
a historical figure attributed with
It's so
wisdom
bad.
and
I
magical
forgot how
powers of
usually is.
divination. According to the
I'm
story,
just gonna.
he was staying at the home of one of his devotees when he
I
burned his
can't.
foot upon
I forgot
entering
how
the
to watch
bath
it
because the
again.
water was too hot. Then, in pain, he ran out of the bath naked. When the people of the
Dude,
house
when I do
saw
the
him,
back to
they were
back,
astonished to
it's
see
so
that
bad.
Koan had fur covering much of his body, as well as a fox's tail. Then Koan transformed before their eyes, becoming an old fox and fleeing. Other supernatural abilities commonly attributed to Kitsune include possession, mouths or tails that generate fire or lightning, the ability to appear in the dreams of others, flight, invisibility, and the creation of illusions so elaborate that they are almost indistinguishable from reality. Some tales tell of Kitsune with even greater powers, capable of manipulating time and space, driving people mad, or assuming fantastical forms such as an incredibly tall tree or a second moon in the sky. Other kitsune possess characteristics reminiscent of vampires or succubi and feed on the life or spirit of human beings, usually through sensual contact. Wally entered the store called Dark Knight Readers, obviously opened by someone who supported the Batman family, as others in the superhero community called Gotham City's masked heroes. Upon entering the virtually empty store, Wally nodded to the clerk, a teenager covered in piercings who looked rather bored as he scratched his nose, and headed towards the section labeled Alternative Realities and Different Dimensions. That sounded promising. However, as soon as he entered the aisle, he was pleasantly surprised to discover he wasn't the only shopper. The other person browsing the books was a girl with jet black hair, about his age, wearing a black tank top that barely concealed her ample bust and silver bracelets on her wrists. Tight black trousers covered her shapely legs, and a silver belt cinched her waist. The trousers were tucked into dark-heeled boots. Wally, raising an eyebrow in interest, approached and looked at the book cover. Historically accurate records for dimensional travelers. In fact, there's a book about, written and published by Dr. Kent Fate. Really? The League allowed its publication? The blonde boy thought, confused. The girl's clearing of his throat pulled him from his thoughts. "Can I help you?" she asked, narrowing her blue eyes as he looked at her. It was then that he realized two things. First, that this girl was absolutely gorgeous. And second, that even though he knew she was reading the book title, it could be interpreted as him staring at her chest. Shit, Wally thought to himself as he fought the urge to run away screaming. Thinking quickly, the redhead blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "You have an interesting selection of books." "Honestly, I couldn't say," she replied in a tone that called him an idiot for saying that. Wally shook his head. "No, I mean, the fact that you're reading a book for people from different realities is interesting. It makes you think. Are you wondering what?" the girl asked defensively. She scrutinized him, searching for any sign that he might be a threat. Unbeknownst to the blonde boy, she was observing him with the same intensity he was giving her. Since Naruto had started training him, he had gained muscle mass, but not bulkily. His muscles were like those of a sprinter, aiding his speed, with his red hair and slender build. I wonder if she's studying for a philosophy class or a history class." He quickly disguised himself, mentally congratulating himself. He couldn't scare her off with the idea that she would read it because. Or maybe she's a dimensional traveler trying to blend in, the girl said with a slight, mocking smile. Wally stiffened and tensed as he scanned the room for a possible escape route. "But that would be silly, wouldn't it?" she replied, shrugging before closing the book and placing it back on the shelf. She turned and smiled at her, extending her hand. "Cassandra Sandsmark, you can call me Cassie." Wally, smiling and relaxed, shook her hand. "Wallace Rudolph West, but people usually call me Wally." Unbeknownst to them, Cassie was quite surprised to hear this, but she managed to hide her expression so as not to arouse suspicion. Cassie didn't know what to say after he said her name. Part of her wanted to hug him, but another part feared the consequences, and so a long silence fell between them before Wally asked, "Do you want to get a coffee or something?" Are you sure?" The black-haired girl replied uncertainly. The redhead gave her a radiant smile. "Great," she replied before picking up a book. "Let me take a look and then we'll go." Cassie froze when she saw the title of the book he had. Demons, Dimensions, and Dust, a record of the known multiverse by Dr. Kent Fate. Her blue eyes lingered on the back of the blonde man's neck as he paid, exchanging a few words with the teenager behind the counter. If she remembered correctly, Wally, in his youth, had never believed in magic or anything like that. So why was he publishing a book about demons? She'd have a lot to learn about him if she needed help. Born on Earth, 2. Cassandra Cassie Sandsmark is the second person to be called Wonder Girl. The first was Donna Troy, and the third to bear the mantle of Wonder Woman. The first was Diana of Themyscira, who relinquished the title after her death during the Luther War, and the second was Donna Troy, who relinquished it upon ascending as Queen of the Amazons. As the daughter of Dr. Helena Sandsmark and the Greek god Zeus, Cassie inherited various powers from her father, including atmokinesis, superhuman strength, and superhuman stamina. Her mother often joked that she could unleash storms as a child. Her childhood was not easy, as Cassie struggled to control her powers.
Why can't I do a
Even without her powers, Cassie was a troubled child and had to change schools frequently. During her teenage years, she attended holiday school for girls, Brewer High School, Dennis Peterson High School, Gateway City High School, and finally, St. Elias School for girls. Cassie spent most of her time at her mother's job at the Gateway City Museum of Antiquities, where she had a knack for getting into trouble. She quickly befriended her mother's new employee, Wonder Woman, and was eager to help her. During a fight with a Doomsday clone and another battle with Decay, she created a costume to aid Wonder Woman, much to her mother's horror. Later, Cassie had the opportunity to ask Zeus for a favor and requested magical armor that would allow her to fight alongside Diana. Zeus granted her request and gave her armor that increased her strength to nearly Superboy's level, but also granted Dr. Sandsmark the ability to deactivate both the armor and her powers. Dr. Sandsmark, however, reluctantly accepted her daughter's desire to be a superhero and rarely, if ever, used her power to revoke it. She later sent her to train with the Amazons. Upon his return, he formed the Teen Titans alongside Wally West and Dick Grayson. Years passed as the Titans battled villains. They were like a family and remained united even after the original Justice League disbanded during the Luther War. The Titans, along with Power Girl and Batwoman, later formed the Justice League. As she walked toward the cafeteria, Cassie's thoughts drifted to the Darkseid War and how she had almost died when, suddenly, someone sucked her through a strange portal and threw her into this dimension. 2 days have passed since he came into this world. Perhaps today I can get some answers. Wally and Cassie left the coffee shop. Wally drank a black coffee and Cassie enjoyed a rich latte. They had talked about their families. Wally about his mother, his father, his Uncle Barry, his Aunt Iris, and his brother Naruto, while Cassie talked about her mother and her sister. The redhead learned that Cassie loved playing sports and idolized her sister. She wanted to follow in her footsteps, but when he asked her, she refused to explain what that meant. However, that didn't discourage him. Her evasiveness piqued his curiosity, and he planned to find out, but not with the kind of tricks that Hero, the Question, would use. Wally's answers piqued Cassie's curiosity. She had learned that he planned to continue his studies and become a scientist. As far as she remembered, Wally was also a great scientist in his dimension and was the third person to take on the mantle of the Flash after the second Flash retired. They were walking down the street, chatting animatedly, when Cassie felt a tingling sensation on the back of her neck. It was a feeling she had grown to fear, and she glanced apologetically at the teenage boy who was still going on and on about his friend Richard. She liked the redhead and felt bad about what was about to happen. As you can see, all these years of being a heroine have given Cassie a kind of feeling that warns her if something bad is going to happen. That's why she suddenly pushed him through a glass window to avoid the energy blast that was headed towards her. Wally dropped the book he was carrying and his coffee as he went through the glass. The last thing he thought before hitting the ground was, "Damn, Cassie is strong." Cassie dodged the next explosion and glared at the coal-black woman. She reeked of death. Her soulless eyes made Cassie hesitate for a moment, showing her a vision of hell where all evil beings were punished. Seeing that Cassie was in a trance, the woman laughed wickedly, her ruby-red lips curving into a smile, her long, jet-black hair whipping behind her. She channeled an energy that enveloped her alluring red dress, clinging to her hourglass figure, and her pupil-less eyes locked onto the shorter blonde girl, lunging to kill her. Before she could harm Cassie, a bolt of lightning struck her. To the viewers, it looked as if someone had fired a lightning bolt at the villain, but in reality, Wally was running around her and punching her at supersonic speed. The final blow sent her crashing into a store, allowing Wally to get everyone nearby to safety. Cassie, who had meanwhile snapped out of her trance, saw Wally saving people. Silently thanking him, she bit her thumb and wiped the blood away with the ancient rune on her shoulder. As a result, in the blink of an eye she was back in her armor. So in this dimension, Wally also becomes Kid Flash. I can get help from him, but first I need to take down that bitch. And with that, he lunged at the angel-like creature. He delivered a powerful punch to its jaw, followed by a flurry of rapid blows all over its body. Without losing momentum, he grabbed it and threw it toward Wally, who was concentrating kinetic energy in his fist. As soon as Wally entered its area of contact, he struck it with a force capable of knocking out almost anyone. The result of the collision was a massive explosion that completely devastated the neighborhood. When the smoke cleared, Cassie ran to Wally. She saw that his hands were badly burned and his clothes were slightly torn. "What happened?" Cassie asked as she tended to Wally's wound. The woman decided to put up some kind of barrier, but before he could hit her, someone appeared. A beam of light circled his palm and pierced the barrier as if it were made of paper. The attack struck the woman and blew her to bits. The guy vanished into thin air, Wally said, dusting himself off. Before he could ask any questions, he spotted someone in the shadows. "I think you have a lot to explain," Batman said, stepping out of the shadows alongside his loyal companions Robin and Batgirl. He had arrived some time ago, but stopped to see who the girl was. "It's a very, very long," Cassie replied, frowning as she looked at the dark night. "Can we go somewhere else, or are we going to stay here all day?" From the shadows emerged Robin, a smile on his young companion's face. He looked at the older fox and asked, "Well, are you hiding it from us, Mouth? Is there something we should be worried about?" "What's it to you, Bird Boy?" Kid Flash retorted irritably before greeting the Dark Knight. "Hey, Batman, what's up?" "What happened?" Batman asked, squinting behind his cowl as he looked at the new girl. Seeing that the Dark Knight wasn't in the mood for his antics, Kid Flash pointed at Cassie and said, "Technically, it's her fault. So ask her." Batman's attention turned to Cassie, who was stunned, and she slapped him with the back of her hand on the arm that pointed at Kid Flash, growling, I didn't do anything. Dark Angelus, he attacked." "Yes, but it was you who pushed me out the window," Kid Flash replied, rubbing his arm. "Man, girl, that hurt. How much do you bench press?" 350. "Who are you?" Batman insisted, managing to get the arguing teenager's attention again. "And who is Dark Angel?" "I suppose so. I shouldn't lie here," Cassie replied, frowning before standing tall and proud. "I am Cassandra Sandsmark, proud warrior of Themyscira and youngest daughter of Queen Hippolyta, though adopted. In reality, I am the demigoddess daughter of Zeus and my mother Helen Sandsmark. That the statement undoubtedly surprised the men around her. Batman considered the possibility, but without Diana's opinion, he couldn't reach a definitive conclusion. To make matters worse, she looked remarkably like the Amazons, the same build and eye color. Furthermore, she possessed that defiant attitude Diana sometimes displayed when they disagreed. It was those kinds of arguments she usually left with a sigh of relief. Of course, they hadn't had an argument like that in years, but still. Since when is Wonder Woman an older sister? Robin asked after staring at the girl for a moment. This time it was Cassie who seemed surprised before sighing and putting her hands to her head. Great. Another one oft-hosed dimensions, she murmured to herself, though Batman and Kid Flash heard her. She looked at Batman and said, "I'll tell you everything I can, but not here. And not to these two." At the gesture from the pretty older girl, Robin seemed annoyed. "What's wrong with telling me? Are you going to hide the truth from me?" "Yes, what's wrong with me?" Wally said. "I trust him, but not you," he replied as he walked alongside Batman toward the nearest Zeta beam. Oh. Naruto sat in the kitchen of the Avengers' new hideout, which was conveniently located one floor below the Teen Titans. The hideouts were identical. The only difference was security, as the Avengers' hideout was better protected thanks to Parker Industries and Star. He watched Jean as she tried to bake cookies for the group. "You know you can buy cookies at the supermarket, right?" he pointed out. The thing is, Jean had never tried cooking before, and he wasn't sure if the kitchen could handle it. "Now leave it at that temperature this time, and pay attention." "Yes, I do pay attention, Blondie." Going back and forth to watch Clint and Karen's performance in the danger room doesn't show you're paying attention, Jean, Naruto said, setting a timer before leaving the kitchen just as she was starting to clean up after making dinner. He ran his fingers through his hair and thought about the danger room. Karen and Peter had commissioned some of their best scientists to build it. Basically, it was a training room where people faced real-life scenarios based on their skill level. Naruto was standing in the control room when Steve walked in. "Hey, Naruto, what are you doing?" "Nothing special. What brings you here?" "Well, Jean burned down her bakery, so the whole place smells awful. I told him to pay attention." "It doesn't matter. Anyway, we're waiting for a call from the League, so call everyone." "Oh, the joys of conference calls. Come on. Guys, you heard about the salary cap. The League wants to talk. Let's not waste their time." "Yeah? All right. Good afternoon." A voice greeted from the computer screen as the team gathered around, uniformed and ready. "What's up, Soups?" Clint chuckled, only to receive a sharp elbow from Karen, who was standing next to him. "Report," Superman said simply, prompting Naruto to intervene. 3 raids were conducted on the alleged Hydra facilities. The collected data was uploaded to the League's systems. My God, it was worse than we expected. Each lab was controlled by a guy called Dr. Snake, and I wouldn't dare say this guy is the Orochimaru of this world. There were tons of files on immortality and power enhancement. In short, this guy was tasked with creating a serum formula as powerful as Erskine's. We searched everything around us, and for the moment, we're at a dead end. Well, if that's the case, I have a mission for all of you. He paused as a map appeared on the screen. We've received information that an extraterrestrial life form has crashed in this region of East Africa. I'll send you the coordinates. We need you to go and assess the situation. It's not considered dangerous. Just capture it. Boring courier service. Couldn't the assistants come down? Wanda said in a monotone voice. We don't think they could handle this situation. From what we've gathered, there was a slave ship passing through the quadrant on its way to the next drop-off point. We were prepared to intervene and complete a rescue mission, but it quickly fell apart. They realized this and changed course. In any case, one managed to escape, and we followed her as far as we could before she landed. Is it a girl? Clint squealed. Great, a damsel in distress. Very good. Babysitting. Naruto glared at Superman before the screen went black and he vanished, leaving them with the girl's last known location. Well, let's get this over with, he said, looking at Steve, who was already checking the map and gesturing for him to come closer, asking for help to split up and cover the area. Naruto, we'll start here, near the nearest village. That'll be our rendezvous point. From there, I want Jean and Hawkeye to head south, follow the rivers, and see if they find anything. Karen and I will go north. Wanda, you go east, and then establish a perimeter in case there's any sign of her. Naruto, go west. Let's make this quick. Once agreed, they made sure they had the necessary supplies and boarded their ship, the state-of-the-art Quinjet. It's worth noting that the previous model couldn't handle Naruto's incredible skill. Most of the League members, after seeing the video of Naruto piloting it, agreed that while he was an ace at the controls of the Quinjet, he should only drive it as a last resort. As they boarded the plane, Steve was surprised to see Jean carrying extra clothes. We're not going on vacation. What's that for? She's a runaway slave. She'll most likely need something clean to wear when we find her. So I'm getting ready, he said with a snort as he walked past the men and took a seat in the cockpit. The journey itself wasn't too eventful, and upon landing, Naruto set off in his direction without saying another word to anyone. He appreciated having time to himself, strolling peacefully through the jungle. Traversing the dense vegetation was a bit of a hassle, but at least it wasn't the desert. Soaring through the trees, the blonde shinobi continued his search, letting his mind unwind as he rose above the branches. The rest of the group had gone their separate ways, and Jean walked beside Clint with a worried expression. Clint, have you noticed Steve acting a little strange lately? Do you mean taciturn, quiet, and someone who avoids everyone? Clint replied indifferently. Yes, I mean, it's not him. I haven't heard him laugh in what feels like ages, Jean said. Yeah, because who wouldn't miss that evil laugh of his? Clint replied curtly. He'd only been with the group a few days and didn't know much about Steve, so he wasn't entirely sure what Jean was saying. Clint, please be serious. I was there when he woke up and I hadn't shown this behavior until Isla Prisca. Jean scolded him. What? I guess it's typical for his age, but now that you mention it, Steve is acting a bit like Bruce. Maybe when we get back, Naruto and I can pull him out of his depression. Steve had been searching for almost 5 hours, stopping for food and drink. Luckily, he had rations on his belt. As night fell, he tried to contact his group, but the radio signal kept cutting out. Great, he hissed, trying to decide what to do. He didn't mind working in the dark, but he didn't want to hear complaints about his poor communication when they found him. In any case, there wasn't a viable option at the moment, so he figured the best thing to do was keep going. Upon reaching a small clearing, he spotted a soft, bright green light in the distance. Well, that's certainly not natural, he whispered aloud as he cautiously approached. That's when everything changed. At first, he saw only a small figure sitting before a greenish fire, fueled by what seemed to be energy emanating from her hands. Her long, reddish-brown hair fell over her shoulder, forming an elegant fold around her like scarlet satin. Her skin had a peculiar tone, but it radiated a warmth he had never recognized in anyone else. Then, her eyes, the instant their gazes met, he was captivated. They were the purest, brightest green eyes he had ever seen. He was sure anyone would agree. The 18-year-old was cautious. She was an alien. He didn't know what she was capable of. He approached slowly, extending his hands to show her he meant no harm, but she didn't move, didn't even blink. Okay, my name is Steve. I'm here to help. As he approached, he heard a primal growl from her and backed away, curling up against a tree trunk where she'd found refuge. No, it's okay. Rutha Dekak Markar FEC. He shouted at her in what seemed to be her native tongue, but she made no violent move toward him. Instead, he heard a moan and his eyes went to her side. She was bleeding from a wound and covering her mouth with her clothing. He could see the lacerations on her ankles and wrists, surely the result of the restraints they had used to keep her. You're hurt, he whispered, chuckling at himself for stating the obvious. Slowly reaching into his belt, he pulled out gauze and bandages to help her bandage herself. "See? I just want to help," he whispered gently, finally sitting down beside her. She seemed to relax as he gently patted the wound. She whimpered in pain, but he soothed her softly, wrapping the bandage around her abdomen to hold the gauze in place and support her aching muscles. There. She didn't have a chance to speak, for she immediately felt his lips on hers. She was kissing him. One minute he was groaning because he was getting closer, and the next they were deep in kissing. He gasped when she let go and heard her say in a soft, almost angelic voice, "Thank you for helping me heal my wound." "Oh, the inhabitants of my planet can learn any language instantly through skin-to-skin contact," she explained, almost reading his mind as he tried to find the right words to reply. "Oh well, that's good to know. I'm Steve, a member of the Avengers. We were sent to find and rescue you, miss," he explained. "Thank you for rescuing me. I'm very confused about what I should do." "How is that?" "I have nowhere to go." He watched her as emotions began to overwhelm her, and she curled up more, whimpering as she stretched out her wounds. He placed a hand on her back and reassured her, feeling her slowly relax beneath his touch. "It's okay. That's what we're here for. Look, we know you escaped. And we won't let them capture you again." "But why? Why do you want to help me?" she asked. "Because no one deserves to be a slave," he replied. "Being a slave is the least of my worries," she said, looking away from him. Steve was confused, but he didn't want to press the issue, as she seemed distressed. "Look, if you don't mind me giving you a ride, I have to head back to the village. We can clean your wounds and get you dressed." He glanced at her outfit. It was rather revealing, to say the least. It was a good thing no one was around, or they would have seen him lose his composure. It barely covered her. Her bandages were practically non-existent. She was wearing tiny white shorts and a top. She let him lift her in his arms, and they started the walk back to the village, putting out the fire before they left. "So," he said, looking at her with a smile, "you never told me your name." "I am Coriandar, Princess of the planet Tamarin, although I believe that in your language it would be translated as Starfire." "Starfire, it's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to Earth." "I'm also so glad to have met you." She began to feel sleepy as she leaned against his neck, clinging to the front of his uniform for comfort in his warmth and embrace. He smiled to himself as he returned to the village, wishing to enjoy that beauty in his arms without haste, but knowing that, because of his injuries, he must not fall behind in his usual pace. "Anything?" Jean asked as he paced back and forth beside the ship. "Nothing. If I weren't looking at you right now, I wouldn't know you were there." "Something must have gone wrong," Karen replied. "Well, this isn't exactly the most technologically advanced place on the planet." Their conversation was interrupted when Steve approached with a very tired girl clinging to him. "Where have you?" Naruto was cut off by Steve's glare as he entered the ship. He looked at Jean and nodded for her to follow him. He tried to sit her down in her chair, but she wouldn't let go. "Relax, Star," he whispered gently, trying to get her to relax. Naruto chuckled. He could easily see that Steve was quite protective of the girl. "Oh, this is going to be hilarious. Team, I present to you the Princess of Tamarin, Miss Starfire," he said sweetly, smiling at her as she returned a weak smile. "Now let me help you down. Jean will clean you up and change you before we leave." Finally, she let go of him, and he promised he would return right away. Once outside the ship, his entire team stared at him. "Okay, explain," Steve shouted first. "Explain what?" "I found her curled up and hurt. I brought her back," Steve replied. "What's with him not letting go?" Clint shouted. In his opinion, Naruto already had his own budding harem, while Peter had had many girlfriends in the past. He should have been the one with the girl so close. How unfair. Wanda smiled sarcastically. "Jealous, aren't you?" "It's just because she hasn't tried this male yet," Clint joked, striking a pose. "It doesn't matter," said Steve as he entered along with the other boys who were laughing at Clint's expression. In less than an hour, They were back at headquarters. Steve was sitting in his chair, Starfire curled up in his lap, dressed in jeans, pink shorts, and a white t-shirt. She brought a bra and panties that fit her for the time being, but Starfire would definitely need her own. Jeans were too tight, but it would have to do. A white t-shirt without a bra didn't look fit for a princess. The girl was fully conscious throughout the journey, and halfway through the trip, the questions began. So you really are a princess? Karen asked. Yeah. So how did an alien princess end up on a slave ship? Clint asked, genuinely curious to know how she had gotten into that situation. Steve felt her tense in his arms and stroked her back, helping her sit up a little more. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. I prefer not to go into details at the moment. Understandable. Steve gave them all a look that clearly said, if you ask a question like that again, I'll teach you a lesson, Captain America style. Changing the subject, Clint looked up at her from his seat and smiled. So you're Starfire? What do you think of human men? He flexed an arm and winked at her, but she looked at him confused. I mean, what you see. Idiot, Karen groaned, along with the rest of the group. Actually, yes, much more, he whispered, causing everyone to almost fall out of their seats. But then they realized that he wasn't looking at Clint, but rather at a now blushing Steve. She yawned softly and snuggled back against him, falling asleep in his arms. Steve gazed at her tenderly, supporting her back with one arm while holding her hand with the other. She shivered occasionally, but the tears that clung to her eyelashes told him it wasn't from the cold. No one seemed to notice, so he covered her with his cloak, gently rocking her and trying to soothe her pain. She needed a proper infirmary and a good rest. He only hoped that, when they returned, the Justice League would be more understanding.